Always happen. I know I'm 6 minutes late. Come on, it's not that bad. I had a corgi to take care of. They haven't even started the game yet. Oh my goodness. Is this Tandoori just being a drama queen again? Hello, handsome. Well, considering I see 3 drafts here, I'm gonna go with the later one being the most accurate. Meal for Dash, he'll get it, he'll get it.
Hashtag oatmeal for Dash.
And we will be starting on Beefy. Anyway, thank you, Atticus Finches. For the 30 months, Wololo. A new draft? I thought I'd got the most recent one. There were 2 drafts. Uh-huh. Alright, hopefully we'll get into that in a moment. Are we starting? Oh, yes, we are. I'm on Reddit. I am on Reddit. I got the karma to prove it. Guys, how much you want to bet this is Chinese for both players? Oh, yes, yes, I saw that. Glorious, handsome me. Hmm. We've got a Mari Mari sighting. Boy. I wonder if Dash thinks peanut butter is yummy. Oh, we got a Muisca sighting. We got an Ongo. Yeah, I'm born ready. Except they didn't draft the map. I have a feeling that nobody's gonna want to play that map. No, not Excel. Capture Age. Large de Capteur. Against ACCM? Oh, yeah. That's the only way to do it. Drama enjoyers, you know it. All right, we should be good to go, guys. Ugh, the woo. All right, BF is going to be map number 1. Bohemians versus Bengalis, probably. If I had to guess. What? Now he's under my desk again. How many yards will Doubt throw this time? Oh, Doubt's easily got a 400-yard game in him. I'm gonna get coffee. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm still gonna call it the Tree Fitty map. All right, they're in the lobby, guys. MTW5? Why is it MTW5, Black Forest? Anyway, a minute 43, and we will be getting into game number 1. Tato versus Dowd, obviously a classic. What is it, Mr. Corgi? I have no idea. MTV Warlords. Eh? Mems the Warlords. I have no idea. Am I ruining AoE again? Jeez, I'm so good at that. Tato versus Doubt, Warlords 5, Qualifier number 1, final round. Happy? All right, 13 seconds, guys. It probably is. You know how those mem stream rules are. All right, I hear the delightful Bohemians theme. Acrolead. All right, before we get into anything else, I'm gonna strip. You guys know how important stripping is with this stream. You know how we bring all the viewers in. All right, sweatshirt's taken off. All right, guys, it's robot fighting time. Oh, no loom yet for Tato. Going to allow Doubt to get a little bit of walling in.
Hi.
Anyway, Doubt's going to be the Red Bengalis to the south, Tato Blue Bohemians to the north. Stajbo, Tato, gotta be careful, loses the Vil. Wish you a nice stream and all of us an exciting series. That's like so friendly. It's unusual for a chat message. Doubts are low HP for both, but so far, Doubt doing a great job with the Vil fighting. Low elo legend? I feel like a low elo legend. Yeah, I mean, you do want to get the forward walls in here if you can, but right now, Doubt's just sending more Vils into the meat grinder. Oh, whoa, 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 that guy, he's going for broke. He's going for broke. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is Doubt's wall, this is Tato's wall. Anyway, Doubt did get the Vil, so he is a villager ahead from nice and early on. Idle time seems very similar as well. Not entirely sure why they're bothering to do that, but whatever. There are at least relatively minimum casualties so far. I mean, no, Doubt's still a legit player. Even if he isn't quite as good as he used to be, relatively speaking, he's still a very solid player. That to going for broke with the boar lure. Oh, is he going to pick up number 4?
Hey.
Oh, wow. Doubt's actually out of food income right now. Yeah, he went for the far boar, I think, a little too early, but... Oh, Tato! Tatito! Oh, Doubt lost track of the Vil! Uh-oh. I mean, you still have your scout cavalry. You're probably going to want to use it to try and find this Vil.
Tojada.
8 Vils going to wood all at once, jeez. Oh, Scotty doesn't know, guys. Pork is indeed on the menu, and for those of us who love pork, that's always a good thing.
Hi.
I know it might not be very American of me, but I would say I prefer both chicken and pork to beef.
Toyar.
Who doesn't love pork? Hindus, Muslims, Jews. Same, it does count as pork, yes. Anyway, Perik's coming in.
Hi.
Pork or beef, that's true. I mean, to be fair, America has much of a pig culture as a beef culture. Eat their own crap? Yeah, but it's delicious still.
Hey.
Alright, Tati's on his way up to feudal age. Will we see any militia? Doubt, obviously, has no idea. Oh, look at this little hermit living alone in the woods. So sad and lonely, man.
Hey.
Just prejudice?
Hi.
I mean, pork is, if treated properly, perfectly healthy to eat. Anyway, Doc coming in here from Tattoo as well. Doubt's already got his own fishing ships in, so Doubt with a nice eco lead. But obviously, Scotty doesn't know, and that really is going to be the huge issue for Doubt. And look at this, multiple layers of walls and an outpost for Tattoo as well. He's playing super safe, but that's going to give Doubt a big eco lead. Yeah, I mean, I never had Jeju black pork, unfortunately. But I've never been to Jeju. Although I did have, like, farm pork when I was in the sticks in Korea. And it was good, except they still had, like, the little bones in it. And that was, like, really weird to eat around. I'm not too sure why Tato's revealing that, unless Doubt saw it. No, Doubt didn't see it. Yeah, but now the quick balls are going to come in. Very good place for that, but Bavaria brings you in close contact with Fodler. Are you sure that's sanitary?
Adish. Hi.
We might catch some degen strats. Well, don't really know what that was. It's more like Austria. Uh-oh. I think you just offended both Bavarians and Austrians. Anyway, Tato's back over here. He is not letting Doubt chill. More robot fighting. Doubt's on his way up to Castle Age, but obviously this is a mess.
Hi.
Austria meets Switzerland. Or like Germany meets Austria. Oh, does the corgi want out? He just plopped down right in the middle of my doorway. He refused to move. Oh my goodness. The last, yeah. My rule is that if it's from the land, it has to have a vertebrae. It's an open door policy, he really does.
Hey.
Anyway, scouts are going to be here too, and I mean, Tato's playing this very gremlin-esque. Tato now +2 in the villager KD. This ville, did it die or something? It might have. Anyway, Tato looping around over that way. More monks are going to be coming out, though. Are you fine there? It's not really a matter of state, although I would much rather live in a blue state than a red state. But it's more like just the city that I go to that I want to make sure I, you know, fit with the culture. Couldn't find one? I don't think I've gotten that far, but the water rework stuff wasn't really that popular. No, Illinois is very much a blue state. Like, I plan on probably moving to the DC area, but I mean, I like Chicago. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I would have more work opportunities in DC. No, Illinois is one of the most blue states in the country. Fishing lines coming in here for Tato, who has a 6-ville lead. Doubt's still slightly ahead in resources, though. He does have bow saw, so he was able to pick that one up. Chicago is most of the state? Exactly. Yeah, other than Chicago, Illinois is cornfields. There are no major metropolitan areas outside of Chicago. Unless you count, like, Peoria or Rockford. We're more popular abroad. They definitely are not popular abroad, and they're not popular with me, personally. Ooh. He had the land in Russia.
Hey.
Oh, that's another Ville snipe. Austin? Well, Austin's like one of the best places to visit, I thought, as a foreigner. I mean, I've never been there, but it's supposed to be pretty fun. Chicago? I don't know. Seems to be going to Georgia these days. Yep, gets the kill there. Just don't live there? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, Tato's in feudal age. I mean, he's on his way up to castle age, but yeah, he's been in feudal age. And again, credit to Doubt, he's at least keeping pace with his opponent. The armored elephant is out, and he's going to just go right for the counter-aggression. Now, he is going for the counter-aggression with Tato not actually being dealt with over here. Another stable being built behind this. Now gonna yoink that relic. Gonna hop in the tower. Oh!
Hi.
Oh, Archer's there, looking to get a little bit of damage. 6 to 7 fishing ships in favor of Doubt. And now Doubt. It has busted through here, but it loses a monk. Yeah, double stable light cav is absolutely the correct play. It does not matter that Bohemians have bad light cav, it's just Doubt has monks. You want the thing that kills monks very effectively. Although I am kind of surprised that Tato took this game so aggressive when I feel like Bohemians kind of auto-win in late game versus Bengalis. I just don't think you'll help Hofnitsa at all. Bengali monks do not survive a Hofnitsa shot. Crossbow and Bodkin coming in. You're going to want to pick up light cav as soon as you can afford it. Tato's also getting close to a castle. Redemption coming in for Doubt, but Siege isn't actually what Tato's going for. It's archers and scouts. I mean, you're going to have to get a lot of value out of those monks here. And the archers will just scooch back to the tower. Fervor! Do not get stopped by Bohemians and Imp. There is no civ that has, like, a crushing victory against Bohemians and Imp, except maybe Italians. But Turks can compete with them. Koreans can compete with them. But yeah, Turks and Koreans are the big ones. Yeah, Burgundian is absolutely win on timing. There are several other civs that can do that. You know, Vietnamese are another great civ for doing that. Anyway, Doubt gonna try and mop that all up. We need to see some better monk control, Doubt. Oh, he wasted all of his faith or something. Anyway, all those units are going down anyway. Light cav are over here, and Doubt's not full walled. Mongols, it depends. It's possible for sure. Britons aren't terrible? Nah, they can do it. And look at Doubt's eco balance. It is ugly. And surprisingly, this game is just going to march onward. Oddish? Honestly, Tato's about to chop through here. Now going up to 4 TC. He's really going to try and get that eco going. He's going to be on 4 relics to Tato's possible 3. Warlords versus Bohemians? Yep. It can work. Castle drop. The question is where? A castle over here doesn't do anything, although it certainly secures Tato to get towards late game. But I don't think he can go aggressive with the castle drop. Decision? I don't think so. DIY Hofnitsa? It is, but it's the movement speed that really cripples you against with Ethiopians. They still have so much more micro ability. Anyway, Doubt's getting his own walls in over here. Knock, knock, knock. Devotion coming in for Tato, certainly a good idea, and if Doubt's not careful, he will get stuffed here. He knows his opponent has light cav. So I would certainly appreciate from him a little bit more of a reaction to that. Yes, Bohemians get husbandry. Other civ? I think that might be for the best. Siege engineer. Yeah, I don't know. They need something. Get husbandry for their cav archers. And the flavor of victory. Oh, this is clever, though. This is an actual chop through, and Tato recognizing that. Now, Dat happened to build a bit of a housing community over here. Oh my goodness, this is getting really weird really fast. I feel like if Tato just sent the light cap, doesn't Tato just kill all this anyway? But, I mean, this is interesting. You can't say it's boring, AoE 2. Light cav here. I mean, again, I feel like if Tato just attacks, he just kills everything. He's got Devotion Light cav. That'll mop everything up. Anyway, our lovely Bohemian castle is here. Dad's on his way up to Imp. Yeah, husbandry coming in here for Tato. I mean, the score looks good for Doubt, but I just don't see how he has any way to deal with this. 18 light cav obliterate 16 monks. Snipes one of the armored elephants. Oh, wow, he actually got a couple conversions there as well. Trying to keep the TC alive. Here comes another castle. Oh, my goodness. Bills are going to punch down that armored elephant. And Doubt's push is going to get stymied over there. However, he has no castle, and therefore will be unable to treb anything. And Tato claims the score lead as everything gets cleaned up eventually. I feel like Tato probably could have done this a bit more cleanly, but you know what? He has 31 villagers killed to 7 lost. Great KD so far. Just needs to rebuild that dock. That will have his own castle here, and the Tato's nowhere near the Imperial Age. That is quite the exodus of villagers. I mean, they need some sort of corresponding buff on open maps is the thing. Because the thing is, they're like almost unplayable on open maps. And the best closed map civ, or at least one of them. RAM is being downloaded. I was worried for a second that was the MTC, but no. It's all good. Just handcart. That bad? I mean, I guess people would think they're that bad. Yeah, they do have a good range. Anyway, he needs to start trebbing. Get the monk upgrades. Get some pikeman upgrades. Tato has plenty of stone at the moment. All right, Trebuchet is out. Tato does need to get to Imp as well. University coming in, of course, chemistry on the way up to Imp is a huge, important thing that Bohemians can do. I mean, honestly, even if you nerf them on closed maps and then just nerf some of the OP civs in general, then maybe Bohemians are fine. Anyway, Imp is on the way here for Tato. Obviously, he's got a long way to go before he gets there. Doubt is trying to make an Ellie Archer switch, but the issue, I feel, is Doubt's probably just way ahead in wood collected. Oh, am I a smart caster or am I a smart caster? Got no stone. His gold income is nil, other than his 4 relics. In Dire in mid-game? I wouldn't hate that. Surely Doubt wins, indeed. Fourth TC now here for Tato. He's on 103 villagers. The eco upgrades are really bad. It is something I've noticed in Tato's play. Tato is what we make fun of Nikov for doing, right? I feel like he very often neglects those. Anyway, the castle will fall eventually. Tato knows that. It's just a matter of getting as much value out of them as possible. And buying time until you can get to your Bohemian death ball. Now, you know, as much as I meme on skirmishers, it is actually just the correct play here. Your opponent has shown pikemen and elephant archers. Make skirmishers. But yeah, Tato is getting cleaned up here, and credit to Doubt. Of course, the first step to victory is not dying. No, he doesn't have tic-tacs yet. And to be fair, Tato has no castles anymore. Oh, I love the forward TC. I love doing forward TCs. Yeah, I mean, it's what you need. Go with the grace of Ornlu in making your skirmishers, Tato. Yep. Yeah, probably could have at least tried it. People are complaining? I don't know. I wish that there was a little more transparency, even if it's just to me. Not just to me personally, but to, like, the insiders. I wish there was more transparency. Because sometimes they talk about what they want, or, like, the reasoning behind their decisions, and more often than not, I can respect their decisions, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. Like, I at least understand where they're coming from. But sometimes I just don't get it, man. And I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I don't really understand. Removing Bracer? I don't think they need to lose Bracer. I don't think that's an issue. And Portuguese have plenty of issues, but I don't think Bracer is one of them. First step is removing Husbandry, and then I think you can just go from there. I mean, Portuguese are an amazing late game water civ, but they're not, like, decisively better than Armenians or Koreans. But yeah, that's a Fedoria issue, and that's its own can of worms. Anyway, I love this from Tato. He's just never giving up the forward presence. Tato's own eco, even though it's smaller, is working in general more efficiently. And that's allowing this number to be less egregious than it could be. Anyway, Doubt's going to be going into skirmishers himself, and that is going to open the door to the Hofnitze. Had an eco? Yeah, then, can of worms? Yes, that is actually how fish bait is sold. Bottom right. What? I mean, I've been panning over here. It's just been the... Oh, the worker efficiency. Yeah, I mean, I know the worker efficiency, but, like, in general, Tato's eco is much less hindered than Doubt's. Anyway, Doubt getting his own skirmisher-based upgrades, and that just means it is time to switch into the Hoofnice. And yes, obviously all these vills will die eventually. It's worms. It was worms all along. Yana coming in here from Doubt. Bombards are on the way. Tato gonna need to get some more gold income, but yeah, it still feels like whatever the score may say, Tato should roll his way to victory with the power of Bohemians. Oh, wait a minute, that's Doubt's stable! He converted the stable. The stable hidden in plain sight. Siege engineers coming in. Tato does have at least one castle over here, so he was able to just get conscription. He'll want to get Wagenburg tactics in a minute. But yeah, obviously, right now it's just don't die until Hofnitze come in. Ring Archer Armor is going to come in here for Doubt. Oh, Bloodlines came in. Poggers. Somehow that bombard cannon shot missed. Not entirely sure how. Yeah, Doubt's last best chance to win this game is just with a bunch of battle elephants. I don't think he can possibly win this game without them. I think it's extremely tough otherwise, but catching Tato before he makes the Halb switch is probably his best bet. Yes, Hofnitsa have received several nerfs and are still way too good. Anyway, no Wagenburg Tic Tacs yet, and Tato needs to be a little bit careful here. Elite Ellie Archer is on its way. More cannons. Yeah, launch Hofnitsa were like comically broken. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure there's anything Doubt can do. Tato is making the switch into pikemen because, you know, Tato's a good, smart player. Like, you're getting to Halbs, you've got your trash units. Eventually you mix in some monks as well. He does need to, again, pick up more eco upgrades. He needs to pick up Wagenburg tactics, but... yeah, it had a larger blast radius. And it also had one more pierce armor, I think. Trying to widen the entryway. Anyway, Halb is going to be in. Tato's max pop. That isn't even actually all that close to max pop. But he's got Mahayana, to be fair. Indeed, the old Elephant Archer sprite. I mean, using the Trebs for mortar fire is certainly not a bad thing per se, but... I don't know, guys. I don't know. Oh my god, that was insane from Doubt. He lost 3 Trebs, though. Make that 5 Trebs. So, never mind. No, you just scooch back. That is going to have some light cap here, but like I said, maybe like if you get a Battle Elephant plus Elephant Archer, you can just muscle it down, but... No, because the Hofnitsa one-shot the monks. Bombard cannons in general do not one-shot monks, which makes them at least a bit of a soft counter. But the Hofnitsa deals 50 damage, and that's enough to splat even Bengali monks. Yep. Like I said, this just shouldn't really work for Doubt. He doesn't have the last armor upgrade, and you might need to scooch back a little bit more here as Tato, but... again, he's working towards the win condition. That feels nigh inevitable. Tato really doesn't have much in the way of Halbs, though. Feels like Tato's kind of missing production or something. And Doubt's trying to make this work. Credit to him. Trying to go for the sniperinos there. Where on earth is Tato's production? He's got 6 ranges, 6 barracks. Repairs are coming in. Elephant Archer numbers are dwindling. Oh, 300. Yes, I knew that. Those 5. Well, yeah, but there really wasn't a way he could have saved them versus the Hofnitsa. Yeah, I mean, the Bengali Elephant Archers are insane, right? It takes something equally silly to be able to deal with them. Whereas Doubt's production, it is unfortunately for him all the way back here. We certainly could have seen a few more forward buildings, and that would have been nice. Also, that's a Bengali Ram, not something we see every day. Yeah. I mean, valiant effort from Doubt, for sure. It was looking touch and go for a second there for Tato, but yeah, now Tato is cruising. Oh, yeah, he did get Wagenburg Tic Tacs.
I know.
Parthian, those were dark days. Oh, boy. I wonder if any of the other casters were as fatalistic about this game as I am. Or I was, or am, or whatever. They have thumb ring? No, they never had thumb ring. They have pikes. Thumb ring? It's a little bit different because thumb ring gives more accuracy and pikes actually gives you a faster reload time than thumb ring does. But it's at least somewhat similar. But of course the Bengali elephants are orders of magnitude tanky. Hey, credit to Doubt, he sniped the Hofnitsa, but he's losing so many resources in the process. And again, Tato's doing a great job of at least keeping pace with the Bengali eco at this point. Most game? Well, I mean, it's Black Forest, right? Yeah, Doubt does have more gold collected overall. Tato now the one with the wood collected. An advantage, aka the useless advantage. Back gold? I mean, wait a minute. It's unexplored. He knows about the back gold. Or at least in theory knows about it. Doubt's back up to 5 trebs. But, I mean, you're just running into a wall of counter units right now. Well, Doubt will lose one of the trebs there. Is he going to snipe the Hofnitsa? Nope. Blast Furnace is certainly important for Doubt, and Tato should be getting Iron Casting and all that stuff as well. Both these civs have... They're actually getting guilds at the same time. That is amazing. Team bonus? Oh my goodness, that's right! Oh my goodness, it's so OP! Anyway, Castle there will go down. That can snipe one Hofnitsa. Champ switch? An interesting idea, and it could maybe work if you cut your opponent off guard. Hold on, Tato lost all of his Hals. What the heck? Tato is indeed a little too skirm heavy right now. But yeah, now the light cav are falling. Just have to scooch back. Without trying to raid, it's not necessarily a bad idea. Heal the Ellies? I mean, yeah, could be. Again, it wouldn't hurt, and I mean, Doubt's doing a good job of trying to snipe this, but look at Tato's resources climbing. Trebs are getting smacked. For the cut? I don't think so. Doubt can't really afford an Onager switch. And the Elephant Archer numbers are dwindling very rapidly. Don't know what sniped the Treb there, but something did. Doubt trying to build some forward production. We do have a decent number of halves at this stage. Tato did find that gold finally, by the way. I mean, it's a very food expensive comp, but Doubt has the proper eco balance for it. Yep. It is very hard to sustain. Slight res destroyed advantage here for Tato. But he also has more to play with. He's got more gold to mine over here. Doubt's out of gold completely. I really wouldn't hate some fortified walls from Tato, though. Just create even more of a choke point. And now Doubt's back on skirmishers. That actually is probably the death sentence right there. Tato is missing Blast Furnace, though. Tato, get, like, all those little extra upgrades, man. To be fair, if we get a Niaz situation, if we get another Burger Gate situation, yes, Bengalis are the better civ. Anyway, more flattening. Nice job from Doubt there, wow. Still more stuff dying, though. Population, even taking Mahayana into account, is still better for Tato. Well, you can't, there's no stone left. Neither player can really afford to just start spamming towers. Doubt also only has 1 castle to Tato's 3 castles. I mean, Doubt, yes, he has 1 more relic, but like I said, it's just compositionally, it just isn't gonna work. Can't afford Hofnitsa? I mean, the thing is, he'd also have to be able to snipe all the Hofnitsa, and that feels like it's going to be increasingly difficult to do, especially as the army is getting percentage-wise more Halb heavy. And Tato has 3 relics plus guilds. Like, remember, you need very few actual Hofnitsa to be successful. There's architecture, more monk upgrades here for Doubt, but like I said, monks don't really work here. I mean, just look how much Doubt is throwing into the meat grinder here to try and snipe the Hofnitsa. Kato's steadily getting ahead in res destroyed. Castle goes up. Light Cav running in here. Yes, they do. They have 1 more Pierce Armor. They used to have 1 more Melee Armor, too, but that was taken away. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. The monks just don't really work as well as counters compared to Bombard Cannons due to the fact that the Bombard Cannons can just snipe them. Got uphill. That is true. They don't. At least they should have. 3,000 score lead now for Tato. Again, this army is so absurdly efficient. And Tato still forgot Blast Furnace. Still got a little bit of gold left to mine, too. Now it's 6 Hofnitsa. The nicest of all the hoofs. How much is Hussite Reforms? Is it worth it to get Hussite Reforms just to then get Heresy? Guys, I'm asking the real questions here. It's 450 gold. You end up spending more food, but you, like, I guess you've got more food. Trap stays alive there. Am I cooking too much right now? Sight gambit. Anyway, I love that Tato still has a couple trebs here. All about the halb positioning, and yeah, now that it's much more halb heavy than skirmisher heavy, this army is so much scarier. Yep, I mean, part of that's Wagenburg tactics, right? You could just make Wagenburg tactics only apply to hand cannoneers, and I think that the tech would still be just fine. Like, that's another potential nerf. Champ switch. You do miss that last armor, though, as the Bengalis. You have Gambesons, for whatever reasons, but yeah, you missed that last armor. Anyway, this game is so over. And Hussite wagons? Oh, yeah. That's fine. Again, just specify those units. I love the Vil there to repair. And, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but this was pretty darn inevitable. Oh my god. 101 kills, by the way, on the nice hoofs. GG. Switch to condos, yeah. I mean, a valiant effort from Doubt, for sure. And Doubt actually still had the gold and food collected advantage, half the stone, though. And simply not able to stop the Bohemian late game. Tato takes game number 1. It was a pretty wild one, though, I gotta say. And Doubt really almost broke him. Bohemians over Bengalis, similar draft priority. Game number 1, they're going to Tato. All right, let's see what game number 2 has in store for us. I'm gonna get more coffee. Someone called the admins. Uh-oh. We didn't miss anything, man, I swear. All right. Ooh, interesting. Alrighty. Game number 2, guys. Let's see what is in store. That's going to be in the red as the Musica, to the west of the map. And to the east in the blue as the Vietnamese, it will be Tato. It is Kukuza. Alright, early settlement. Remember, this is... the buffs aren't in yet, it's just a pup change.
Sure.
Just go punch him to death? I mean, it's 5 HP, it's pretty minor. How did Tato win the first game? Because he got to a Bohemian death ball. It was pretty straightforward. The new polls? That's true. Well, I mean, it's not last patch, it's the live patch. Again, the pup is not in the game yet. Anyway, you do have these baobab trees as well that have 200 wood on them, so it's giving you all the early wood income you need here for Doubt. So clearly a well-prepared build. Nicely done. Where's my Ongo? Ongo? And just a few love taps here and there, but you have to be so careful with your Chompy, because if you fall one hit behind your enemy scout cavalry, you don't get the luxury of running away, so the scout will just run you down and kill you. Anyway, researching Loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Yeah, it's fine. Trying to force Tato off the middle. Yeah, really nicely prepared build here from Doubt. Yep, for sure. Oh, but then he really gets trapped! Oh no! The Uno reverse! Tato's still not up yet, though. Yeah, Doubt's gonna want to get a barracks. You can afford 2 Chompies, remember, without having to gather any extra gold. All right. Barracks coming in here from Tato, but again, he's still not up yet. 23 pop. Okay, yeah, he's going to go up on 24, but, you know, this isn't the dark ages of AoE 2 back in, oh, I forgot, outposts take forever to build now. A couple more chompies on the way, but you do need to actually mine some gold if you want to get the chompy runner upgrade. You do get 1 extra melee armor, though, as remember. Sewu. Yeah, definitely just grab a settlement over there. Without happily gathering all of that food. I mean, yeah, no, it's a great prepared build from Doubt. For sure. Some that you need to research. Chompies have no passive upgrades. Eagles do, but chompies do not. Yeah, the free melee armor is just a civ bonus that kicks in the feudal age. It's not native to the chompy. Anyway, militia coming in here from Tato. Chompies are out of position. There's chompy runner coming in. Men at arms is coming in as well. Remember, you have the outpost here, though. Oh my goodness, that quick wall was absolutely perfect there from Tato. That's going to give more space for these men-at-arms to come in. Remember, you have 10 hit points a minute now being healed. And a tower here for Dowd as well. That's a lot of men-at-arms, though. Hello, Mandoon. Oh, Vil gonna get punched down there immediately, and Tato does have 2 villager kills, so despite all the shenanigans from Doubt, Tato's the one ahead in resources. Tato's the one with the villager kills. We have more chompy runners now incoming, but there just aren't enough of them to actually fight this enemy. Give me another kill. Don't think you can stop it. Oh. I guess I'm wrong. The scout could have dove there for Tato if you really wanted to, but yeah, I mean, honestly, you might as well just bring the chompies back over here to help take the fight. Well, it's also about denying the food here, because Tato needs to start going on the berries on the outside, he needs to start farming, and Doubt needs to do neither of those things. Men-at-arms over there. I mean, yeah, Tato still very awkward position in his base. We're at 5 men-at-arms. Remember, men-at-arms do, in general, trade with the, well, with the chompies. Chompies, though, have the movement speed advantage, and they, again, get that 1 melee armor as the Muisca. Oh, but another kill! I mean, again, you can't say Tato isn't finding value as he gets killed number 4. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it really just feels like the chompies would have been much better served here, helping to defend. I mean, Doubt will clean that up. Easily exploitable? I feel like it probably would. That feels extremely dangerous. Anyway, you probably go ahead and get scale mail armor. I don't know if you get forging as well, or you just try and click up to castle age. But yeah, 2 melee armor on these chompies would be extremely helpful versus those men-at-arms. And of course, getting the extra pierce armor versus the archers is all very important. And right, fletching coming in here for Tato. Archer's still in a good spot. Yeah, the chompies really just feel so out of position. Market coming in. I mean, Doubt, I guess, does want Castle Age. Don't know if he can get there safely, though. Gonna try and secure some gold over that way. Remember, you only need 100 gold to get to Castle Age as the Muisca. Yeah, I mean, Tato is just making sure he's not taking any counterattack damage. And we're looking at 9 Chompies. And Tato himself is going to have the infantry armor in a moment. Remember that? I mean, everything else is very well prepared. I'd hope so. And anyway, there's another villager killed by Tato. And Doubt's just not engaging, man. I mean, this is like the worst thing that Doubt could be doing. He's just kind of tiptoeing around these fights and isn't actually taking them until right now, I guess. He feels pretty dead. These are also Vietnamese archers, right? Very, very good. And Doubt still just feels so far away from Castle Age. Buying stone. Oh, geez. That's going to delay that Castle Age even more. He's not doing anything with it, though. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Doubt's dead. Huge difference in eco at the moment. Tato's not even all that far away from clicking up the Castle Age at this stage, and... yeah, I mean, I do think the Chompies were definitely a little weak, but I think the more important thing was just Doubt was out of position with his army. He kept on trying way too hard to get damage done against an opponent who was just walled, and then Doubt not being walled just left so much of an opening here for Tato to get stuff done. Tato clicks up the Castle Age. Doubt can. I mean, yeah, he's still going to be slower. Almost 2,000 resources behind. And Tato going to be up to match point here in very short order. Subfuman. And another Veil kill. Why not? So yeah, good idea for Doubt, not the best execution. There are 2 Chompies on the field versus probably around 17 or 18 crossbowmen. Oh no, Dowdy.
Sure.
Anyway, this will probably be GG as soon as Tato gets Castle Age. Sad Ongo noises. Out. There we go. Yeah, that did not work out well for Doubt. Chompies could not get anything done. Muisca losing to the Vietnamese. And that is Kakuza going down for doubt. Looks like Tefiti is next. What does doubt play here? What does Tato play? Does he go Woo? His last pick? Yeah, okay. We'll see. We will see. All right, 18 seconds. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 3. Tato looking sharp so far. He'll be the blue woo, the oo-woo, if you will. Here to the east and to the northwest in the red as the doubt here on Trifidi or Tefiti. It will be the Doubtster. Qualifier life on the line. Of course, he will be able to try again next week on another exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. But yeah, only 2 qualifiers, just like Brazil Dynasty. So if Doubt doesn't qualify next week, if he doesn't win this series, which is, of course, not impossible, he does need a reverse sweep. Makes you a furry? I mean, I have nothing but disrespect for people who play the Woo. But I think they're the least popular civ in the game, so that's probably not saying much. Or maybe they're... maybe less so now, because, probably Muisca. Alright, Doc coming in here. Doc is coming in over here. The thing with Burgundians on water maps is it does delay your double bit axe a little bit. Ornlu's balls. Oh, jeez. I don't think anyone wants to watch that show. Yeah, it delays that early double bit axe a little bit. But don't worry, guys. Next patch, it's getting buffed. For some reason. I mean, Doubt still can't afford double bit axe, guys. And if you're not getting the early double bit axe, what are you even doing as Burgundians? Pick this civ on this map. I mean, we are a constant pick in tournaments. Like, constant pick in tournaments. For any sort of hybrid map or water map. And we were fantastic here, right? Because you go Men-at-Arm Aggression, they're very good at that. And then you take water control on the outside, they're good at that. Theoretically, yes, there is lots of room for fire archers to run around and shoot chips. Yeah, very Japanese-esque for sure. Anyway, Loom coming in. Transport early for Tato. I mean, I really like this, the idea behind this map. You have the early shorefish, but you have to actually invest into the transport ship to go to the outside if you want to get the juicy jeep fish. I think that's really cool map design. I forget who. I think TOS said Mad Catter made this one, so credit to him for that. Yeah, a lot of infantry and naval civs, which kind of makes sense because the civs that historically were more maritime focused generally were much less horsey horse clippity clop focused, as that's how they got around places, was on ships as opposed to on horses, which is why we don't really have many cavalry and naval civilizations. When they don't fight back, it's the best, absolute best way is for fire archers is when the enemy doesn't fight back.
Bonjour.
And also the civs that have good navies also tend to have good archers. Russia? I mean, that's what the Slavs are literally based off of the Rus. They represent Russia very well already. Lithuanians are good on hybrid maps. Their navy isn't really anything too special. And Berbers count, technically. But Berbers are kind of an interesting case, right? Because they occupied a very vast area. And yes, they were very much in the Mediterranean. And so, like, the naval, and of course the Barbary pirates are very famous at the end of the AoE2 time frame. So, like, that makes sense. But also, living in the Sahara and Sahel. Yeah, Slavs represent all of the Slavic peoples that are not explicitly taken up by other civs. The civ design is based off of the Rus, but they represent, more broadly, all of the Slavic people that are not with their own civilization. Yeah, again, the Saracens represent such a broad group of people and time frames that, yeah, it makes sense. Anyway, arson coming in. The pirate upgrade, matey. Yep, exactly. Bohemians, as well, are often represented as Slavs. Anyway, Tata's up, but Dowd is here, and he is going ham. Defensive tower here for Tato. He does have at least a little bit of stone. From the outside, actually. And it does seem like the outside is a bit more valuable than the inside, contrary to what I thought at first, but honestly, there are enough trees to last you a good long while. Oh, that's why! That's why, guys! Okay, I was right just by looking at the trees, but these trees have 150 wood on them. So they have 50% more wood per tree. Okay, that makes so much more sense as like how MBL won that game. Wait, all the trees on the map have 150 wood on them. Yeah, you can sail over them, but you can't build on them. I'm not really sure what the white lines on the mini-map are for, though. Maybe it's just like a map design thing. Anyway, another tower coming in for both players. I don't... Oh, maybe Dowd is trapped. A little hard to say, but if he is trapped, that's obviously awful for him. And he is! Oh man, this is so hard to judge. Okay, so I think the Flemish militia Oh, they're not on top of the watchtower. Oh, my bad. Okay, this is awful for Doubt. Oh my goodness, you're just trapped and getting shot like fish in a barrel. I thought they were at least at the base of the tower. Okay. All right, quick walls are being attempted. Now, Doubt has a transport ship as well, but it's way over here on the other side of the map. Fishing lines coming in for Tato, and he is hanging in there. That said, Doubt is slightly ahead in resources. He does not have Bowsaw yet, though, and that's really painful, man. 14 fishing ships, though, is obviously quite excellent. But yeah, definitely not the prettiest eco behind this for Doubt, and not really leveraging a lot of what makes Burgundians good here. Another tower. I'm not really sure why he isn't just bringing his transport around. But yeah, I mean, Tato's got all the resources he needs here at the back anyway. Triple galleys are on the way. More Vills coming out here to the back, and he's up on his way to Castle Age. This is grand for Tato. He can go for our good friend, John Swordsman. Although if he gets converted by the Teutons, it's actually Johann the Swordsman. Dock here at the back for Doubt. Dock forward as well. But this is looking very good for our Wu player, Tato. Wu are kind of interesting, though, because their navy isn't all that great in the late game. Their Lochuans are decent, but you don't have shipwright. And I think you missed the last fire ship upgrade, too? Yeah, you do. Although you get free careening and dry dock, it's not like it's that crazy good. I mean, Burgundians don't have a great navy either, although their cannon galleons are actually pretty darn solid. Yes, their cannon galleons benefit from the extra damage. Not something that comes up very often, but it is a thing. Oh, Doubt, why didn't you wall in the tower? Oh. Sad. If longbows dealt, they don't need to do that. I mean, Doubt is up, but he's going to be an entire castle age behind his opponent. And Tato, he's not ready for a castle drop just yet, although if he really uses the market, he, in theory, could. Just look at... Actually, no, Doubt's the one with the hearty resources collected advantage. I guess that is 22 fishing ships for Doubt. That's pretty wild, actually. Medium warships coming in here from Tato. Our first John Swordsman is out. No melee armor on these guys. Remember, they just completely gutted this unit, which, to be fair, I don't like Gen Swordsman at all. Man, are these guys underwhelming. Yeah, look, they used to have 3 melee armor. Now they have 0 melee armor. It's gonna get punched down immediately. Oh my goodness, guys. Tato's getting wrecked. Oh, now he'll have to build a defensive castle and go for the almighty fire archer. All right, couple war galleys are over here. Longsword light, yeah, I mean, the Flemish militia are so much better, and they get the instantaneous upgrades. Monastery coming in for Doubt, and you will get the free relics basically for free, so that's really nice. And Doubt trying to claw his way back into this series. I just don't understand it, man. Burgundians are already so good. Bowsaw Guild nuts both coming in. real update? I feel like we will. I mean, it has to be, like, super controversial for it to not, see the light of day. Alright, Doubt gonna come in with his own castle over here. Oh, it's fire archers! Guys, Doubt doesn't stand a chance! Guys, Doubt's so dead! The fire archers are coming! Literally, any units that Doubt makes that don't deal damage are gonna get wrecked. Anyway, good job there swarming the botch tower once again. Kind of a fool me twice, shame on me moment for Doubt not walling in the tower. Anyway, big naval fight over here. But looks like Tato has the numbers. You also get free careening for what that's worth, which is absolutely nothing against fire ships, to be fair. Yeah, Doubt still has a huge fishing fleet. You look at Tato's POV. I guess he doesn't know about the Navy on the side, but you really need to know. Because at this rate, Doubt's just going to click up to Imperial Age very, very soon. Doubled effective careening dry dock would be OP. Oh, for Wu? That might make their ships too good against galleons in the late game, but it is interesting at the very least. Potential? Maybe. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no. Okay, forces those units back there. Well, yeah, I definitely would be afraid that it would be overpowered, but I at least do think it's interesting. Anyway, Doubt's on his way up to Imp, and I think that he is in a fantastic spot here. Tato just simply did not deal with Doubt's fish boom. Just way too many fishing ships here from Doubt with gill nuts now. That with 0 farms needed at all. Oh no, guys. Tato's trying to go full fire archer. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. There's also monks. Ah, yes. The monks that will do significantly more than the fire archers. Fire Lancer? No, only the medieval Chinese civs get Fire Lancer, or Sinitic and Sinitic adjacent civs get Fire Lancer. Can make skirms. He's not teched into skirms right now. Range, it is 11. In Castle Age. Tato will secure those relics. No, I mean, the real issue is the monks, right? But Doubt not respecting the fire lancers, or fire archers. He's not attacking them. Which, to be fair, in this context is basically units that don't deal damage, so the fire archers counter them. The fire archers are OP, guys! Oh my goodness. Nah, in all seriousness, ballistics is going to be very good here, and the fire archer numbers are growing. Well, I mean, that's my point, right, is that crossbowmen are a strictly better unit. I mean, right now, that TC's under threat. Heavy warships coming in. Now, at the very least, shouldn't the fire archers be able to snipe the trebuchet easily? Am I missing something, guys? It feels like you can just snipe the trebuchet, right? Castle doesn't even have fletching. I mean, it's true that, you know, with all these fire archers, you have 20 fire archers with the unique tech. Like, that is not insignificant. This is so bizarre. Yeah, fire archer's the anti-building archer. You know, look, he absolutely does. But at this... Okay, the converted Coustelier are doing work. Also, random ram with 3 Qian swordsmen in them. Doubt gonna die. I mean, Doubt is still, in general, fine, because he's got the outside. I mean, so long as he saves the castle, right? So, I mean, we can't really complain too much about this for Tato, right? He killed his opponent's castle, and he gets to keep his own alive. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 10,000 more resources for Doubt. Splat. Now making a switch over into skirmishers. I would like to see some more TCs on the outside. Okay, well, that was a bit of the S word. Clips a couple units there. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, the fire archers get the extra arrows versus siege weapons, so they're at least okay against siege. So double the advantage, yes. Anyway, more relevant skirmisher upgrades coming in. Right now for Dad, it's just about buying time. Dowd also has 2 relics here on the outside. Tetos does still have 5 fishing ships working, and I feel like both players have been a little negligent on the outside when it comes to the pure multitasking. But there you go. Siege weapons, they actually would be OP. It's a very tricky unit to balance in all seriousness. Chain mail armor coming in. Doubt's on 4 ranges. Only has +1 archer defense, though. Look at, if you think of this unit like a big crossbowman blob, except a little bit worse. It's still pretty scary for these skirmishers without upgrade. Or without the +2 defense upgrade. And the high ground. Yeah, I mean, the hill is fantastic that Tato's trying to leverage here, but eventually he'll just get worn down. And Doubt, looking ready to take game number 1. His first game. Doubt wishes it were game number 1. You know, bombard cannons can be brought to bear. And obviously, I mean, these are skirmishers with the Imperial Age upgrades. Splat. Again, swordsman going down there. Not Iwo Jima. He's not pushing, though. Oh, this map is a lot of fun. Love it. Anyway, Tato gonna tap out there, and Doubt does take a game. Alas, the fire archers could not save it for Tato. No, in all seriousness, I think that the biggest issue for Tato was just that he didn't really respect the outside and the amount of fishing ships that Doubt had. That was the last pick losing to the second pick. That will at least win one game this series. Nothing changed when the fire archers attacked, basically. Ooh, interesting matchup. Let's just say some Maris are going to be Mari'd. There's actually 5 Civ bans. It just doesn't fit on the screen. Wait, I guess I can do that. It's close. Close. I'm Mari, repeat. The Marinade. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 4. He took the last one, but he still has to complete the reverse sweep. But still, every reverse sweep starts with a win. And that's going to be the red way here to the north in his number 1 Civ pick. Meanwhile, Tato's going to be here in the blue to the south as the Mapuche. Going to try and Mari his way to victory. Now, in general, I think, like, again, we just sort of treat this as your basic open map. Wei are an S-tier Civ. Mapuche are probably an A-tier Civ. You have a good amount of flexibility. Good early eco. Good counter units. But you could absolutely get whittled down over time by just the brute force that the Wei have. So I still think Wei are a better Civ. But this could also be a time for the Bolas Rider to shine. No, this is actually a full open map. We'll have to see if Tato plays defensively early on, though, with the Spearmen and Skirmishers training from settlements. Our pros keep trying, but the Civ hasn't really worked yet. I mean, it's a Civ that's still a little bit different, so it's going to take people a while to really figure out the intricacies of the Civ. But they have some powerful units and some powerful bonuses, so I certainly think that there's plenty to like, and the pros agree. Bolas are not at all broken, oh my goodness. They're basically Cav Archers, but very slightly different. They're cav archers that trade a little bit better versus cavalry and a little bit worse versus everything else. Yeah, I mean, Wei are so much of an easier civ to play. Your eco bonus is basically guaranteed. You just get extra villagers for doing things that you want to be doing already. And then your powerful units are basically cav archers and mounted huskarls. And your Haegwang, depending on the situation. Very, very straightforward civ. I mean, all of the 3K civs are, generally speaking, straightforward. But there are some intricacies with Shu and Wu when it comes to, like, military options. Armenians? I don't know. I mean, I do know that the devs have a long list of changes that they want to implement, and some stuff is either complicated to implement or like bigger changes that require testing or reworking of mechanics. Also, some patches are only allowed to do numbers tweaks, because I know that they're very limited when okay, so Tato's going to go for what is basically going to be a men-at-arms rush, but just with chompies, which is fine. Scout opening for Doubt, by the way. And I'm trying to think, were any of these changes ones that require more than numbers tweaks? I don't think so. Because if they have to change the text on anything, it is a nightmare to actually get those changes through. No doubt. A little bit of a late loom, a little bit of a greedy boy opening, but still just fine. Yeah, usually those sorts of changes take months to implement. Now, if you're thinking, Ornlu, that seems kind of ridiculous that it would take that long to implement changes. I would agree with you. I also know that you have to recycle the same devs to work on content for all of the Age of Empires franchises, so they do not know. I feel like there is some major communication issue. Anyway, Chompy Runner coming in, Spearman being made. Oh my goodness! The 200+% Spearman! It's too dangerous to be kept alive. Yeah, I don't know if there's like anyone into all 8 is the problem. Absolutely. I don't know why they have so much trouble with it, because clearly the translations aren't very good in general anyway. I mean, it feels like they chat GPT it sometimes, right? So it's so weird that it takes so long for them to not do the best job. Anyway, good early quick balls there from Doubt. He is getting an archery range. Scouts are coming in. Still, you do have a Spearman with an extra 5 HP, which does mean it takes one more scout hit to be killed. Again, I don't really understand it. I mean, it does sound like a management issue, and it sounds like they're juggling the same people to do literally everything in the AoE franchise, which just doesn't feel right. It's like they might only devote a couple hours a day to AoE 2 because the game is relatively stable. AOM people, I know that they basically had to fire the Chinese company that was doing the Chinese AOM DLC because they did such a bad job. Yeah, the new one. Oh, the cow is missing. Yeah, but like that's done by Forgotten Empires, right? So that's just time, all the dev time taken away from AoE 2. I mean, I wish AoE 2 just had its own dedicated team, but clearly that's not happening. Anyway, walls are coming in here from Mr. Tatito. Forging upgrade coming in too, so it's pure Chompy plus Spearman for the time being. Relic? Well, they might as well have fired Relic. Doesn't Relic, like, not exist anymore? Feature-wise, I just wish that they were able to spend more time on, like, streamlining the AoE experience, doing stuff like, lobbies, making the, like, the search function work properly. No, half the sets are today, half are tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you're trying to do content for so many different games at once, but hold on, lots of Mari's being Mari'd right now. And that is a couple kills. +1 defense gonna be here too, and I mean, the extra tanky chompies and spearmen are gonna be powerful. Just going pure infantry here, double barracks. Good mix of units here. I really like that from Tato. And again, there's so much to explore here with the new civs. I mean, look at this. Really efficient fight. High levels of Mari per Mari. A similar stats to a Scout Cavalry without bloodlines? Yes, it does. But they don't take bonus damage from Spearmen. Anyway, Tato's selling some stone. He wants Castle Age, so does Doubt. But Doubt's been taking that forward gold for some reason. I actually don't know why he took this gold. My product. Are coming from the community? What do you mean? Anyway, Tato clicks on up. Doubt just doesn't have the gold. Remember, the gold is what was threatened by these units. And I'm curious as to what Tato's Castle Age transition is going to be. Because we could see him just plop down 2 ranges and go for the Bolas warriors. We could see him stick with infantry and then maybe try and switch into Konas later. AoE 4? I think Relic is basically belly up. So AoE 4 is mostly just handled by Forgotten Empires. The Nikov situation, I would have, I mean, I probably would have disqualified Nikov from this qualifier as a warning. But allowed him to play next week. But I think the real issue is that the admins didn't step in sooner. Giving feedback and discussing topics. Yeah, it does feel like there's a bit of disconnect. Yet again, I feel like when the devs try and talk to the community, then weird stuff happens. No, AoE 4 is still quite popular. It's not an unpopular game. I just know it's way more expensive to do content for AoE 4 than it is for AoE 2, and AoE 2 is also more popular. Like, just think about the different voice lines you have to record. An AoE 2 Civ needs, like, what, a couple hundred voice lines at most? That's actually probably even way too much. Yeah, they don't need 200 voice lines. Maybe, like, no, 100. How many thousands do you need for AoE 4 to have, like, all the different units in all the different ages? Anyway, nice snipe there from Doubt. Chompy warriors on the way. Linger on the ladder? I mean, I wouldn't have gone that far. But like I said, I think that the issue was that the admins didn't step in sooner. And right, Chompy Warriors here will be able to clean up everything. We do have some Bolas Riders on the way, but you can't really go Bolas Riders plus Chompies easily. due to AoE 4. I don't think they, like, did anything wrong to AoE 4. I just think that the company itself was not in great financial straits. Anyway, Bosaw coming in. Like I said, I think it would be unfair to consider AoE 4 an unsuccessful game. What did Nikov do? He went AFK. It was polished after the initial release. So it was one of those situations where the game was kind of a nightmare from the start. It was like the ship of Theseus of games, because they had no one working on the game from start to finish. So there was literally no direction for the game. And nothing was really getting done efficiently. And I think Microsoft said, okay, you're going to ship this product at this time in whatever state it's in, because, you know, it's been years and years and years in development. Anyway, Tato is starting to get some more of those Bolas Rider upgrades. Which, like, generally I don't have a ton of sympathy for stuff on the business side of AoE 2, but that is like, well, yeah, I mean, eventually you just have to put something out there, right? Oh, Chompy's here at the back for Doubt. Doubt is still ahead in the villager count, remember? Andy's got better eco upgrades. And Tato's so many idols at the moment. I mean, the Shenbeis are, again, they're so much easier to use than the Chompies are. No, Nikov got no punishment. And needed an extension. The thing is, I think that happened, and then they had a bunch of people leave. Again, they couldn't keep the devs working there. Like, I don't think there was no lead developer by the end for AoE 4. Which is ridiculous. Your dad assessment of the situation. Like I said, it's just like one of those projects that seemed somewhat doomed. Anyway, Doubt is 16 vills ahead at the moment. Tato's so much idle time. Doubt's macro a lot better. And like I said, the issue here is that, again, the Xianbei are so much easier to use. It's such an easier transition to make than going going for full Chompy into these Bolas Riders. And Tato just not able to add his eco behind it as well. Doubt's got gold income. He's got wood income safe. He is still kind of open, but I don't even know if the Xianbei Raiders are going to be that bad against the Bolas Riders. A grown man. Nikov also incorrectly thought that Niaz had done the same thing earlier. So it's like, how do you even treat that? At least as far as I know, it was incorrect. Anyway, that is brutal. Remember, the Xianbei are faster than the Bolas Riders once Husbandry's in. Well, the whole point was that Nikov couldn't attack him because he's Vikings into Georgian defenses. Well, Kipchak at the archery range for a civ that has a way easier eco to play with than humans. His behavior. I mean, again, I would have immediately disqualified Nikov. Resigned to defeat. Well, Nikov was getting upset because he had like a huge score lead and the map was he had like 80% map control, but he had no way to actually close out the game. It's basically, I don't think that we should be designing civs based around frickin' Wei. But yeah, Doubt looking to make this reverse sweep happen, guys. To a better win condition. I mean, part of it's the map, right? It's not a good map. I love the waterfalls here. In general, I mean, they're pretty cool. Unimpressed? Oh, yeah. Just unimpressed faced. Anyway, well done for Doubt. Well done and well deserved. I do think he just had the better civ, and I think that he played it a little bit better. Especially, like, the Castle's transition is a lot more straightforward for Wei, and he executed it well. To, like, going, like, all the way into Chompies, and then trying to go all the way into Bolas Riders was a bit much. And thus, Cenotes will be the last map. A semi-open map that you can fish boom on. Anyway, what's Doubt gonna play? Celts or Spanish? I think neither civ feels all that great against Mayans on a super open map. Nikov at APM, around 5 minutes, I think. 5 real-life minutes. And to me, what, like, absolutely would put the disqualify Nikov is he got murder holes right before getting up, so that it would take even longer for Niaz to actually destroy all the castles and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's Tattoo and Doubt. You gotta love both players, right? You want them both to qualify for sure? Bolas Riders are only a soft counter to Cav Archers. Yeah, Nikov full AFK'd. You could see the APM drop to 0. And the fact is, like, he went AFK when he was already dead. Go all the way. I mean, I would say it's very similar to going and hiding villagers. So easily tilted? Well, it's what happens when you're, like, in theory, winning a game for, like, over an hour. When your opponent was already apparently smack-talking you and being a butt about the server that they were playing on. So I think Nikov was already super annoyed at him. Falling under threshold? I personally think that the admins need to come in as soon as the map runs out of resources. Like, when there's literally nothing left on the map, and neither player has an obvious win condition, I think that you gotta do something. Anyway, guys, we were here with a classic AOC Civ matchup here on Cenotes. We'll have Tato in the blue as the Mayans to the west, and to the east in the red as the Celts. It will be Doubt. So Mayans, the much more traditional open map pick, and there's certainly nothing wrong with them. That said, as far as civs that can... Yeah, oh, that's true. There was 304 food on Nikov's berries. But yeah, I mean, I kind of like the Celt army compositions against Mayans. Celts do infantry and siege very well, the things that Mayans don't like facing. So if the Celt player can survive early game against Mayans, and Celts are perfectly fine in early game, then I'm not saying it's like a Civ win or anything, but it's a pretty solid matchup for a Civ that is in general worse, right? If that makes sense. Like, Mayans, S tier open map Civ, always have been. Celts, probably like B tier. But they get an even matchup. So in that context, I like it a lot for Doubt. I like it a lot more than Spanish, that's for sure, which was his other pick. Yeah, what are again, there are 3 sets today and 3 tomorrow. I forget which 3 are which, though. Yeah, it looks like ACCM Niaz is next, and then Hart versus Lewis is at the end. Is a better pick? Yeah, but they don't get the, influenza upgrade. It's like, wait, why on earth is Tattoo Oh, yeah, right, fishing. Why? Why?
Shot it.
Reduce ego efficiency. Yeah, all it takes is you to bring your starting scout into your opponent's base, and then, like, what, between 70 to 90% of your opponent's villagers died in 5 minutes. With graveyards, yeah. Really don't love it. Like, the whole point of graveyards was that it was a map that you had a ton of relics, so you could get to those big, awesome, gold-intensive late-game army compositions. Instead, they just turned it into a hyper-aggressive map. Anyway, guys, Doubt, I think that this is a Drush FC in the year of our Lord Doubt 2026. Also, Doubt's going the complete wrong direction, which is unfortunate for him, but this is what happens when you go for a Drush when you push in Deer, right? Like, this is a natural consequence. You could have gone for the Drush and not pushed in Deer and sent your scout out early and figured out where your opponent was better. He's seen the berries? You know what? He might not recognize that. I think he didn't recognize that those are berries, the pineapple bushes. Yep. He probably just looked at them and thought they were trees. Alright. Is this walling possible? No, it is! Oh my goodness, that is really clutch from Tato. Oh my goodness, again, all of this would have been prevented had Doubt recognized that these were pineapple bushes and not trees. Anyway, Tato does have one villager on gold, by which I mean a fishing ship, but isn't Doubt kind of screwed at the moment? Gonna be on 26 vills in a second. Or 10% infantry cost? That would be very annoying. This is extremely pineful. Yeah, see, I know, it's a classic matchup. Fishing lines coming into... Why does this map have freaking fish on it? I should yell at T-West to get rid of the fish on this one. Like, to me, if we're doing Warlord-style groupings, any map where you can fish boom, like reasonably fish boom, I guess, is a hybrid map. I mean, honestly, I don't mind, like, making the cenotes look like actual sinkholes, because that's what they are, they're sinkholes. What? Road Raiders are, if anything, way overtuned. The unit has crazy stats. Anyway, Tato's coming forward. I mean, he knows his opponent's going to Drush FC. What's wrong with Fish? Fish in general is extremely snowbally in Age of Empires. I mean, Tato has a 5-vil lead right now. He's able to easily gather gold without having to invest villagers in a mining camp, and he's got the good food income. It just is a lot. All right, archery range and a market coming in. Okay, the militia did get an archer, which is something. Almost got a villager, but we're not quite successful. And DBA coming in here from Doubt, so he's at least in part giving up on his ambitions of a fast castle. Just the oysters would be fine. I still feel like the oysters would be too good. But like I said, I just don't think fish booming belongs on an open map. Do you want... Well, it doesn't really change anything. It just makes it slower to start going for your fishing ships. The whole point, an issue with fish booming, is that you're adding in a second eco building before Castle Age. Alright, house is getting lower than Shardy. Blacksmith coming in, fletching for Doubt. Res collected, though, better for Tato. Hit fish? Yeah, I mean, maybe in the world before the garrisoning ability of fishing ships, maybe you can do this, but not we can just hide the fishing ships in the dock. Guys, there have been 0 kills this game, low idle time for both players, and Tato has a 6 eco unit advantage. And look at this resources collected difference. Anyway, Tato's going to click up here in just a second. Tato's got another dock in. Now, Doubt is actually slightly ahead in food collected, but look at this difference in eco efficiency. Oh, yeah, true. That does include the +1 bill. Man. And, like, the thing is, Cenotes was a perfectly fine map before. It was just Arabia with some pawns. But like I always say, I think that it is underexplored in AoE just to make more good, solid maps. Just like a regular old land map. Nope, this is in the open or semi-open land map category with Kilimanjaro and Lowland. Only fire at water units? I don't know if AoE works like that. Anyway, all those archers are going to go down, but Tato just going to go for the chicken suit man switch. And Doubt's obviously spending way more time in Feudal Age than he ever thought he would. Barracks coming in. It's Mayans time. Ah. Yeah, this map works just fine as a semi-open map. Like, I would put Arabia, like regular Arabia, in a semi-open map category. And I think that's totally okay. Siege Workshop coming in. That's still a little under 2 minutes away from the Castle Age, and he's going to go over to Stone. Different enough from Arabia? I don't think maps need to be all that different than Arabia. Alright. Ram is coming in. Got 7 vills on Stone, both mining upgrades on the way, but it's still going to be tough for Doubt to get a castle. Second TC coming in for Tato. You got more fishing ships coming. Hamster. Close maps have a little bit more variety in what you can do with them. Tato, well, yeah, Doubt was stuck in Feudal Age because of Tato's counter pressure. And Tato got up to Castle Age faster because he had a better eco thanks to the fishing ships. But like I said, Doubt's in Castle Age, and that's good and all. And, like, he's not dead. Siege Workshop coming in. He still is safe in his happy little corner of the map. But this is still pretty darn scary. You got Bosaw coming in. Tato's just on 2 TCs with 10 fishing ships. But yeah, if the walls go down, then you're basically dead. So you need to not let that happen. That's another villager kill, courtesy of those scorpions. And I don't know if you had enough time. Oh, it's close, but Doubt's got just enough time here. We'll end up losing another villager, and Doubt's still only on 1 TC. Oh, Mangonel out here for Tato. Glancing hit on both sides. It's still getting low. Almost enough resources now for the castle. And again, Doubt's doing a really good job of keeping his idle TC time down, so that's, again, something. 1 more stone needed for a castle. Alright, I mean, again, Doubt needs to get the castle out almost immediately. Castle, he wishes he could place it over here, but that's just not realistic, so I think that this is okay. Gate's gonna go down in just a second, though. Downhill hit there from the Mangonel. 1 more hit will do it. Scale Mail armor on the way. Blooms, yep. I agree. Doubt does have a second TC in, but it just feels like Tato is getting such an enormous economy lead. He's got another dock in. He's just fishing all over the place. He's going to be able to fish boom here. Ram comes in at a different angle, but yeah, the first Pajama Warriors are going to... Actually, oh, hold on. The Eagles are in there. Duh. That's a nice little bit of extra value. I mean, getting whatever villager kills you can is not a bad thing. Pajama Warriors are out. Now, they don't counter the Eagles as hard as the Swordsmen do, but they are still just a much better unit in general. Uh-oh. Yeah, Tato's going to want to get to Plumed Archers. Could he go with a forward castle? Is that something that would be a good idea? I don't know. No, he does. Okay, like... I think I highlighted this before, like, just a good safe castle. I feel like you really want to get to Plumed Archers specifically to help deal with the Woad Raiders, so I think the defensive castle makes a bit more sense. I'm sure there are players in the top 20 who would have gone with an aggressive castle here, but it's an interesting call to make. Anyway, Doubt going to try and go up to 4 TCs. He still has very little map control. Tato is only just now picking up his first relic, and of course, in an ideal world, he would have gotten more sooner, but he's still working towards his victory, and that's all that matters. Stonewall's here to the south. I mean, if you can get to late game with, like, 50-50 map control, Celts basically do auto-win against Mayans. It's not a very fun matchup for the Mayans at all. Oh, nice attack round. But as you can see, Tato, 3,000 resources ahead. It is cray-cray. Now, it's true. A lot of it is wood, but wood and gold, and you're not spending much food. So being behind in food collected here doesn't matter that much, so long as you have the TCs running. And, I mean, Doubt does have a lot less idle TC time, but Tato's got the fishing ships, and he got the extra TCs in sooner, so it's still coming out a smiley face once you do all the math. Still, Doubt is going to be breaking out of his base, slowly but steadily. Plumed archers are frolicking forward here. Got ballistics coming in. Doubt still working towards, I mean, Woad Raider plus Onager does not make Mayans happy. That is for darn sure. But you still have such a long way to go. And to me, the next question for Doubt is, can you get a competitive Imperial Age time? And I don't know if you can. Wheelbarrow now in here for Tato. More plumes are on the way. Oh no, he mangled his own Woad Raider! Doubt! Scorpion's better? I don't know. The mangonels help apply pressure to the buildings to actually, you know, keep you out. I mean, yeah, both players going for their unique units. I mean, this is just a fun civ matchup. Oh, the chicken suit men coming in here from the side. Good solid attack ground, and that's going to be enough for the Woadies to get back. And of course, it's just all micro here. Oh, Tato! Living life on the edge, but that's where the Woad Raiders come in with their movement speed advantage. They are faster than Plumes, and Tato is forced back. Again, my concern for Doubt this game is his inability to get a competitive Imperial Age time. And Tato can click up right now, and that's exactly what he does. 5,000 more resources. Tato also has 5 relics to 0. And he just has such a big advantage from the early to mid game. Fishing ships working very nicely. YouTube streams are unwatchable and getting stuck in a 1-second loop every few minutes. I don't know, the YouTube numbers aren't, I think, generally down. Yeah, it's, I'm not getting any negative feedback from YouTube. Look like... No, they actually, if they're red, look like the Magyar emblem. You do need to be careful there. A couple defensive mangonels. But, like, is the YouTube problem a YouTube problem or a me problem? Vanishes? Okay, thank you, YouTube viewers. I mean, if there's something I can do, I'll obviously do it, but... The stream itself? Okay. Stream gets stuck looping the same few seconds over and over again. Yeah, I have no idea how to fix that again. It says it's all fine for me. And in theory, you know, you should be getting the exact same feed that Twitch does. Anyway, Imp is in. Doubt is on his way up. Like I said, so long as he can get a competitive Imp time, he has a chance. Is this competitive? I think it would be much more competitive of an Imp time if he had more map control. But Doubt really doesn't have much map control, so he's going to run out of gold relatively soon here. And he's got no relics. He's going to try and secure some gold, but obviously this could be in a very dangerous area. Yeah, you want Trebs and Onagers, though. Fix the looping. Ah. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know enough about YouTube streams. I don't watch any streams on YouTube, so I wouldn't know. You jinxed it. Rip. Oh, Elite Woad Raider. I don't know if you want Elite Woad Raider as your #1 priority here. Oh, not the best Mangonel hits ever.
Shot it.
14 now Elite Woaders. Remember, Woad Raiders have way better stats than they used to. 2 more attack than AOC, and 5 more HP. And they move slightly faster. Very slightly faster. Oh, I no idea. Anyway, Elite Plumed Archer's coming in here. I feel like he needs Onagers more than anything. Well, Onagers and Trebs. Another castle's going to be built there at the back. And you can do some excellent raiding with the Woad Raiders. But yes, I completely agree. It should be Onagers and Trebs.
Shot it.
This needs like full siege. Because the Plumed Archers are going to be at least relatively good against the Woad Raiders when you have this much of a numbers advantage. Well, to win this, Doubt needs to 1 gain map control and 2 get to Onager. At least Onager. I mean, obviously Siege Onager is just icing on the cake, but getting at least Onager would be a big deal. But that is still very expensive, and Doubt has no map control to speak of. It's 3 Trebs to 0 at the moment. Forging just now in for Doubt. Woadies are here. I mean, Doubt's trying to Woad raid his way back into the game. But, again, I just don't see how this works without Onagers. Doubt can't afford... Okay, now he's getting Onager. All right. But you're going to need some decent numbers. And since you don't have Siege Engineers, the Plumes and Onagers have the same range. And I think that you just don't have enough map control for this to work. Because now the Trebs are trebbing on up. We're going to party like it's Trebizond. Like, you just can't keep the castle alive, and you do need... Well, I mean, actually, if anything, Champion would be fine. I would rather see him tech into Onagers, not have that many castles, than go Champions, as opposed to trying to make the Woad Raiders work and then not having the Onagers or the Trebuchets to keep the castles alive. Like, don't get me wrong, Tato has a huge advantage, and it was going to be an uphill battle for Doubt no matter what. Anyway, obviously, it's too little too late. And Tato's going to get the win here. Fully upgraded Elite Plumed Archers doing work. Just nowhere near enough Onagers. And, I mean, how often do we see somebody try and do something other than a fish boom on a pond map, and then the person who just fish booms has an enormous eco advantage that is never stopped? I mean, these Onagers are just getting killed the second they leave the Siege Workshop. And also the Siege Workshops are getting obliterated, and Doubt going to tap out as Tato prevents the reverse sweep and will be our first qualified player here for Warlords 5. Well done to him. I mean, it was a close one. Doubt almost made the comeback work, but not quite able to do that there in the final game, and Tato gets the win. Gain ground? Yep. I do agree with that. It was a good set overall, for sure. Spanish participation secured, indeed. ACCM Niaz is the next set. Big test for Niaz, for sure. In theory, this is I think, the most one-sided series. Niaz is a great up-and-coming player, for sure. I think that it might be a little too much of an ask. Against ACCM. Is NAC3, wow. Oh, my YouTube title's incorrect. That I can fix. Celts are dead? I mean, again, Celts are like a B-tier civ for open maps. I do think that they have an even matchup against Mayans, which is not something that all that many, like most B-tier, like open map civs could claim. But the issue was the fishing ships, right? That game looks completely different without fishing ships. Yeah, it is really the battle of toxicity. Oh, they're like all drafting. ACCM is toxic? It's just a joke around my stream because ACCM is actually like the nicest person ever. Oh, Viper! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Viper viewers. Which top players have I ever met? I've met almost all the ones that go to S-tier events. Viper would argue that I've met him too much, I'm sure. Antagonizing the Viper? I mean, such is life. Here, I have not, unfortunately. Anyway, guys, good timing here. I don't know what Viper was streaming, but we will have the second set. Tato versus Doubt was a very good close set. Viper actually might have been casting it. I mean, it is Viper, or it's Tato and Doubt, so maybe you guys saw that one. We get Arena as map number 1. Yeah, I mean, it was a really close series. Hot tub stream? I mean, gotta funnel the OnlyFans somehow. But really, it seemed like some of his strategies were very well prepared. But yeah, I'm really curious here, right? Because not, like, drama aside from yesterday, which we don't want to put to the side because it was hilarious. Niaz, really good strategic up-and-coming player. I feel like this is either going to be a super great set or Niaz is going to get raffle stomped. Like, one of those two things is about to happen. Yeah, I mean, it was super impressive. I was casting all day yesterday for the second qualifier. Again, it's... He said this after the 3-2. No, like I said, some of the strats looked like they were well prepared, so I mean, kudos to Doubt. Anyway, 25 seconds, and we will be getting into game number 1. Not practice them? Yeah, that certainly could have been it. Because the execution on some of them could have been a bit better. He also has his burger ready. Indeed. Could you imagine trying to tilt ACCM in a 3-hour game? I don't even think it would be possible. I think ACCM would just be sitting there. Just, like, cruising. Old as Nia? I think he's in his early 20s. He's pretty young. All right, guys, are you ready for game number 1 here? Second series of the day. Low cortisol gaming. I don't even know what that means. All right, so Niaz, the player to watch out for these days. A real up-and-comer. I mean, I put Niaz in that same category as, like, Lucho and Prisma. I don't know if anyone else. Me on a date? So what, miserable? Randomly picked? I actually have no idea.
Okay.
All right, Niaz going to be the red Burmese here to the west of Arena, and to the east in the Cyan as the Malay. It will be ACCM. Of course, ACCM, heavy favorite. He has not lost a game yet. But yeah, interesting. We got Rise of the Raja Civs here. Malay are the much stronger Civ on paper. Maybe not like much stronger, but a good solid Arena Civ with Burmese versus a top tier Arena Civ with Malay. Random map from one of the remaining categories. Okay, good to know. Anyway, I will celebrate this treasured moment of the start of this arena game by going and getting more coffee. I hope you enjoy it. right, did I miss anything gripping? All right. Full-blown clowning here. The AoE that AoE is all about. Yes, went for Burger Gun. Okay, ACCM. What is he doing? Oh, okay. I'm really confused, guys. He doesn't have the gold to click up. He might have just mistimed this a little bit. A boop? No. No. This is what we would call not a full boom. Yeah, guys, this is just a slightly messed up build from ACCM, though, to be honest. Man, we need another Masters Arena tournament or Walhalla or something. The theme, but then the VOD gets muted. It's very sad. There is no copyright-free version of the clown theme that is played on the hand organ. Like, there's a full, like, U.S. military symphony version of it, but the only appropriate way to play Entry of the Gladiators is on a hand organ. Doesn't he just clap Niaz and Castle Age? I'm not entirely sure. Again, I just don't really get what his plan was. It's not like, oh my gosh, what the heck? Hold on. Okay, to be honest, guys, I didn't anticipate it that. Delete the wall to build the monastery to losing a villager. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, you're just going triple monastery. It's the Burmese monk rush. But yeah, now ACCM is going to know what's coming, and he got the villager snipe, and his eco is going to be leagues better. Also, very evenly placed monasteries, except this one needs to be one tile back, and then it'll be perfect looking. Monastery coming in here for ACCM. So now the question for him is, does he want to add a TC? Because when it comes to, okay, you know that your opponent is going for hyper-aggression. If you both stay 1 TC, then your opponent has taken the initiative, right? Because they're the ones who went for the initial strategy, so they're going to get army out faster. Or do you try and add a second TC and risk getting steamrolled? At the moment, ACCM is just going to be purely relying on the light cap, which does mean, yes, Niaz needs to go for a barracks. Bosaw coming in as well, but you do get that for free as the Burmese. And this is the thing, guys, is that Niaz is going for a very aggressive play. You can still add eco behind it. He does have enough villagers on food to sustain his TC production, and you get those free Burmese eco upgrades. Monastery, it's at least something you can argue for. There is no blacksmith, so if you want a siege workshop, you need to build that first, something that you always have to keep in mind when you're up against heavy pressure like this. Sanctity is in, and the conversion is successful for Niaz. Monk goes down, but hey, you'll take what you can get. No relics in yet. And there's a second monastery from ACCM. Oh my goodness. The clownery. First relic coming in now for red. This version of Arena is like way closer to the middle than Ladder Arena. So you have far more space, far less space to play with due to the TCs being closer to the middle, so the walls move out further to the middle, so the rush distance is a lot shorter. Meanwhile, a little bit more idle time here for ACCM, who again is on 1 TC. He's ahead by 600 resources because Malay are fun and balanced, and also he got the Vill Snipe. But now Niaz is going over to Stone with soon-to-be 6 villagers. Got just enough on food to sustain the villager production. Atonement is now coming in here for our Cyan player. Is it in yet for Niaz? I didn't see him research it. No, it is not in. Malay do basically everything except cavalry well. Yes, Malay are missing Theocracy, and they're missing Fervor. Theocracy can be a bit of a pain in Imperial Age, but missing Fervor isn't really a big deal. Devotion coming in. Are unremarkable? Well, I mean, I think that's fine. No Husbandry or Devotion in, and ACCM is going to go for it. The Villagers block. Oh, I think that was very poorly advised for ACCM, and now the Ram is coming in. Don't see in tournaments? I agree. I think that a lot of the top players who don't play much Arena don't really know how the matchups work outside the S-tier civs. I do think that's just a huge mistake, though, from ACCM. Now we're looking at 5 Burmese light cav when you do not have a stable. Mangonel coming in behind this as well. That blacksmith hasn't even been finished yet. Yeah, we call that a good monastery for sure. Did get 1 conversion there. Researching Loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Devotion is in for both players, and obviously Atonement, and this is peak Age of Empires, whether you like it or not. But so far, Niaz has been playing this well, and he is 1 game, or, 1 good fight away from handing ACCM his first loss of the qualifiers. Oh yeah, the map has 7 relics, because, yes, of course, why not? 2 villagers were sniped right there. Guys, it's 19 army to 4. ACCM is trying to go for another monastery, and I just don't like his approach. I'll be honest. Niaz is going to have a castle here very soon. Remarkably strong. They have one of the best monk bonuses, which is a super good eco and getting to Imperial Age fast. And a good enough monk tech tree. The getting block printing 2 to 3 minutes before your opponent is usually one of the best monk bonuses. I mean, Burmese are, like, literally one of the best monk civs. So, yes, they are still the better pure monk civ, but Malay are the better, more well-rounded civ. No, a pikeman upgrade coming in as well. It's not, as it happens, necessary. I don't blame him for getting it, because there could easily be a 2nd or even 3rd stable here, but you actually don't even need the pikeman. Anyway, look at this. He's punched through. It's a snag there. Make it 2. Monks die on the other side as well, and I don't see anything that is stopping this castle drop from happening. Oh, gets another couple conversions. That's so huge. ACCM in a horrible position. Neos, don't derp around with your villagers, man. And now, castle coming in here for Syed, and the Ville's derping is not great. Yes, I do think ACCM was overall indecisive. The resources collected are even. This is why sometimes players will still go for that 2nd TC. And but the light cav are converted. ACCM's got nothing. Obviously, ACCM knows he's dead without that castle. And that makes it 3 conversions on the light cav. But Niaz has so many monks, he can just convert them back. The blocking is very good. Mangonel is there. This castle will likely come in, and it will not be the case for ACCM, as he will almost certainly fall in this game number 1 to the wrath of the Burmese monk rush. I mean, maybe he does get the castle up, but he's still super dead. Gonna lose 10 dead villagers. Remember, he is only on 1 TC. He cannot afford to lose these villagers in the way he would be able to if he had 2 or more TCs. And now ACCM tries to add in an eco. The issue here is that, well, 1, your opponent still has a huge freaking army that's going to be attacking you. And issue number 2 is that Niaz is just going to get to Imp way before you could ever dream of doing so. I was right. Yep, Petards should be queued up. And there's no way you can afford the Petards right now as ACCM. Now, Karambits are one of the best Panic anti-ram unique units. And ACCM's trying to go with some Rams of his own. There are 3 Rams in total versus 1. The Karambits are here. Of course, the castle will shoot at them, though. And actually, real talk, guys, Can you even... I don't think you can reach the castle. Mangonel in a great spot here for ACCM, but that castle is already getting so low, man. The column anti-ram use. Okay, there's one petard right there, but it's not going to do anything. ACCM trying to make something work here. I mean, the fact that he hasn't literally been forced to GG right now is actually super impressive. I mean, still, do you have enough HP left on this castle, though? I mean, isn't the castle just gonna... Oh my goodness. Crouching Tiger, hidden villagers, but the petards are coming in! Uh-oh, but... Okay, now the castle's targeting the villagers. Yeah, now that's happening, and this is falling over. I mean, yeah, you should be super dead. Neos with the castle in the back of his opponent's base. Oh, no. Is it time for Neos to get a burger? It's time to get a burger type of castle. Yeah, castle there goes down. Best way to grow your eco is convert your opponent's eco. And this, guys, is going to be ACCM's first loss of the entire tournament. Qualifier so far. Double the villagers right now for Neos. He still has tons of monks incoming. ACCM is out of gold here. Nobody would call it toxic. It would be pretty toxic to go AFK here. Oh no, guys, check the APM. Oh, I think it's just a macro, guys. Oh, the APM's dropping. APM's dropping. And there's GG. Really, really well done there for Neos. 41 monks made, 27-7 conversions. And like I said, I think that although the Civ was, you know, I would say even better for ACCM, the issue was that his build was not super streamlined. He went for like some light cav, and a lot of them ended up getting converted. And then he like tried to go for some monks, but was doing so way slower than his opponent. Yeah. OP trade cart. But yeah, just not quite the ACCM we know and love when it comes to super well thought out, well prepared strategies. And that is going to be game number 1 in the books. For our second of 3 series today. Remember, 3 series today, 3 series tomorrow. We already did Tato versus Doubt. And we will have one more today, which I've already forgotten what it is. And that's the last pick versus the 4th pick. How did Belay get to 4th pick? That's bizarre. But yeah, well done there from Neos, for sure. Let's see what the next map is going to be. We have Pacific Islands, Cenotes, Morass, and Mirkwood. First Mirkwood sighting, at least for me. Lewis versus... Oh, is it Lewis Hart, maybe? All right, Cenotes, a map that is a Fishboom map. All right, so for Cenotes, I mean, if you just want to pretend that it's like your generic semi-open map, you just pick Way as ACCM as just your best all-around Civ. If you're Neos, none of these Civs like scream any crazy advantage on a semi-open map. Persians, though, I think because you also have... I mean, Persians themselves, I would say, are like an A-tier Arabia-esque Civ. But when you add the Fishboom potential on top of it, it could be even better. That's another viable option here for sure for Neos, and we will be getting into this one in 1 minute and 45 seconds. Can you turn into an aggressive hybrid map next? Yeah, seriously. ST West, yep. How did this happen? Mem asks for the maps, and T-West makes them. All right. Here we are, guys. Game number 2. It is on Cenotes, and it is a 3K Civ matchup. Woohoo! How salty? Extremely salty. So we will have ACCM #1 Civ pick here in Dawei, in the Cyan to the west and to the east, winning the first one in a big upset. It will have Niaz in the red as the Uwu. Gonna be another very good Civ on this map because you can go for the docks and get that 55 extra food. And, like, we were just a good all-around Civ in general. That said, in theory, Wei should be just better. Wei have a far superior eco to the Wu. They get an extra villager when you get those fishing upgrades as well, remember? So they're perfectly fine to play a hybrid map like this. Especially one where you don't even make navy. You just make fishing ships and land units. And as the game progresses, the Wei should have a far stronger army than what the Wu can put together. They are indeed one way better. It is kind of funny, though, that Shu now feel like the forgotten child of the Three Kingdoms civs, even though they are still picked all the time. But the Fire Archer's the best unit ever. Anyway, dock coming in. Both players need to dock, otherwise one will get irrevocably far ahead. Looking at you, Doubt. Niaz Uwu. It is the Uwu Civ. Okay, so Niaz docking. ACCM docking. They both have their first fishing ship on the way. Niaz even a little bit faster, so good early build for him. And this is going to likely be like some of the other games we've seen on this map where you just have like your 5 or 6 fishing ships, gathering gold early on, helping to bolster your eco, but then basically after that you just pretend that it's a full land map. Best performing Civ? Well, Shu aren't really super flashy. Unless you're going for like the War Chariot Rush. I mean, they're just kind of steady Eddie. Just a strong archer timing Civ. Oh, that's a second dock even. Okay, so that's already a little bit different than what we typically see here. It's the least played. Well, Wu are literally the least played Civ on ladder, although they are a constant pick in tournaments. Wei are pretty common because people love cavalry Civs and Civs with good ecos, which Wei are both of those things. Anyway, ACCM is going to be clicking up first. Shema? We're always banned? Yep, that was at launch. We're already looking at 5 fishing ships here for Niaz. But even then, people didn't realize how insane the Shu eco was until it got nerfed twice. Yeah, Wei were terrible at launch. But then their Xianbei, remember, Xianbei Raiders used to only have 4 base attack, and they were considered very bad. Then they got 5 base attack, and it turns out increasing the attack by 25% on the unit was actually crazy. Wait, Shu, no Shay.
何种命令？
And wait, Niaz, is he going fast castle? Hold up. And yep, they're doing it to combos for some reason. And it's even better for composite bowmen because that 1 extra damage is guaranteed versus literally everything. Well, except ships, siege, and buildings. Fishing lines coming in for ACCM though, but I mean, to be honest, he just has so few less fishing ships. Actually, I have no idea what the correct English is there. Less fishing ships for ACCM. And he's just making some archers, and I honestly think Niaz might not be punished for this. Okay, but he's not going for a fast castle, so you still don't have enough food income for that.
准备就绪。
Did Armenians need a buff at all? I mean, Armenians feel insane. I mean, not insane, but like a good, solid civ. Great on water maps, good on closed maps, playable on open maps. I mean, I don't really see what the issue was for Armenians. Like, yeah, their late game was sort of on the weak side, but that's okay because the civ was really good in the early to mid game.
何种命令？
I mean, they had 100 HP champions. It's okay if the civ doesn't have great siege. They have arguably the best champions in the game, and a good eco to get there. Elite compo could use some buff. I mean, if anything, they could have maybe given them a little bit more HP, but again, I don't even think comp bowmen were bad. Or you could have increased the fire rate. Yeah, that's true.
准备就绪。
A galley coming in. +1 attack per relic. Oh no.
准备就绪。
Anyway, still a sort of fast castle here for Niaz. He's got a barracks and a stable. Well, I mean, you do need the stable. Probably going to go for a few Haeguang Cav.
什么？
But yeah, honestly, I really like the build for Niaz. You can see that he's ahead of the way player in economy, which is not something you can do very easily. Just 11 to 5 fishing ships. Like on elite, I mean, that I think would have been fine.
何种命令？
I am very much worried that the extra attack is going to be way too good. Anyway, at the very least, those fruit bushes are going to get denied. Or, sorry, the papayas are getting denied.
准备就绪。
And where are those vills going? Yeah, Chompies definitely needed a little bit of love, so I like those changes. I mean, in general, I liked all of the South American Civ changes, and I liked neither of the non-South American Civ changes.
什么？
Well, I mean, the fuel card efficiency buff, it's going to be very minor. I'm not too concerned about that, but did not like the composite bowman change, did not like the Burgundian change. And then the Geisha change, I thought was a little weird and not the direction I would have gone, but it's not, like, bad. All right, John Swordsman is on the way. Just kidding. It's on the woo. But yes, I hope We's going to become more popular as well because it's a super fun civ. All right, Siege Workshop coming in. I mean, this is a clearly well thought out build by Niaz. He's got his double docks here. His income is going to be very solid. He's got all of those oysters oystering away. A weird concept? I mean, I think it's fine, right? It's a big, strong, tanky skirmisher. We don't have a skirmisher unique unit in the game, like from the castle, like a gold-intensive skirmisher. No, the Rams make way more sense.
何种命令？
Remember, though, guys, Qian Swordsman, really underwhelming armor now. Again, it's crazy that the unit literally lost 3 melee armor. Yeah, I actually really like the Geisha as a concept. Speedy, high attack skirmisher.
什么？
Like, I would have given it one more range, one more pierce armor, or a faster attack speed. Those are the things I would have done personally.
何种命令？
Anyway, we got John Swordsman.
何种命令？
Will he go up against John Bay?
什么？
准备就绪。
A worse rattan archer? At the moment, yeah, basically. All right, Monastery coming in. I'm surprised this isn't a siege workshop. Not the way to go. Again, those are just some of the examples I would have done. Personally, I would give them so they can at least match the pierce armor of a skirmisher.
准备就绪。
Blacksmith will go down before Bodkin, though.
何种命令？
Well, yeah, but Kamyuks exist, and everyone loves Kamyuks.
什么？
I think the Kamyuk is the perfect foil to the unit, right? Because Kamyuks are a gold-intensive, more generalist pikeman. Anyway, we have a couple Haegwang Cav out and some Xianbeis. No Bodkin on them, but the Xianbeis are great at sniping monks, as they will do so right there, and the Haegwang are going to come in and easily mop up the Mangonel.
准备
And the Jian Swordsmen just don't fare well against the Haegwang whatsoever.
什么？
Concept? Oh yeah, like, again, I have zero problems with the Geisha as a concept. I mean, in general, I really like all of the new civs.
何种命令？
I think the new civs are all so much more interesting, with more obvious strengths and weaknesses than any of the new civs we had in a while. Oh, that's a good hit, and the Qian Swordsman finding a good angle. It's ACCM just a little bit off guard in that engagement. Pikes don't counter, skirmers counter archers and are a melee unit. What? Kamyuks counter infantry.
准备就绪。什么？
I wouldn't even say it's all that situational. Kamyuks are just very good against infantry. All right. Again, you don't need many Xianbei warriors, or riders. Raiders. But just enough to snipe the monks. And I think ACCM is doing exactly what he needs here. It's not a bad push, but I just don't know if the Qian Swordsman is quite a good enough unit. I say that, and remember, you do have that healing mechanic, so if you barely win a fight, those units will heal over time.
什么？准备就什么？
And you do heal in the ram, by the way, in case you didn't know. Yeah, it does feel like ACCM will eventually hold here, though. The score is slightly in his favor. He's taken some good trades. Res collected, yes, they're still in favor of red. And again, I like the idea. This feels like... I think ACCM would be dead if this was pre-nerf Jian Swordsman. Jian Swordsman with even 2 melee armor, I'm pretty sure win all of those close engagements against the Haegwang Cav. But I feel like this is one patch too late. Anyway, Bosaw coming in, Sanctity as well. ACCM's on 5 monks. He's adding in another TC. It's a tough hold, for sure. And it's really close, but I think that ACCM's just been able to make it work. Cool idea. Good execution. Even better defense. And I think just a more solid overall playstyle anyway for ACCM. No bloodlines, though. That's definitely something you would want to have. Made the unit... Yep, that's exactly it. The devs keep on making units that are countered by swordsmen. And then the issue is that nobody ever makes swordsmen anyway, so it's kind of rough. Anyway, GG called. ACCM will get the win. Still, I think a very good and close game. I really like the idea for Niaz. I just
喂，
think it wasn't quite enough. Just wasn't quite able to make it work. ACCM just a little too good there with the defense. I feel like we're going to get into the same situation with the Temple Guard soon, by the way. Where Temple Guards are hard countered by infantry, but because no one makes infantry, it's, the unit is very quickly just going to seem like it has no counter. Right, that is Sinotez going to ACCM with his number 1 Civ pick. And stops the push earlier. We can still have a game. I mean, I think the whole point of that was just to keep ACCM on the back foot. I think the thought process is that if you try and fall back, then Wei are going to have all the map control, and you're just never going to be able to cross the map again. Can swing a Cav archer unit. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, Wei are going to be one of the better civs at dealing with that for sure. In the mid game? Yeah, the thing is, it's just, we never see it tried. So it's hard to say if something is good or bad when, like, we just don't even really see it attempted. Because I feel like it's the situation where it's like, yes, you can make a counter to the infantry unit, but the person who is getting countered by the infantry doesn't have the resources to tech into that counter immediately. So there's like a big window for the infantry can do damage, and then you can also tech into the thing that counters your infantry, right? The counter the thing that counters your infantry, right? So it's like, oh, my infantry will die to archers. Well, if the opponent isn't teched into archers at all, then it's going to be tough to actually get into, and by the time your opponent techs into archers, you can also add some siege weapons. Or pikemen if your opponent's adding cavalry, or something like that. Feudal Squires, it's something to consider, for sure. Will I be casting the Amigo Wars Final? I'm casting, this is the big tournament qualifier happening right now. Is Usil? Yep. I have absolutely no idea if that would be balanced, because it would also make early men-at-arm rushes even more oppressive, which are very, very good right now, so it's a hard call. All right. I actually think a big issue with longswordsmen is that men-at-arms are so bad past early feudal age. Yeah, the issue is that whenever you try to go longswordsman in mid-game, you just don't have any of the upgrades in already. And I think part of that's because it's impossible to play feudal age without an archery range. So it's really, really tough. Anyway, guys, we are here on Mirkwood. So basically, guys, this is just regular Nomad, but instead of water around the edges, it's swamp. That's really it. There's some oysters, too. A lot of food on the outside as well. But there's also some food on the inside, too. All of the boar equivalents, I guess tapirs in this case, are on the outside, though. So that's something that is, again, pretty darn consistent. Anyway, ACCM will be in the cyan as the Koreans to the south, and in the red as the Persians to the north. It will be Niaz. We are all tied up. AOC Civ matchup for sure, although it doesn't really feel like Koreans are an AOC Civ these days because of all the Fire Lancer stuff. Shieldman? I mean, maybe. like 2 attack, but with 3 bonus damage against archers and like 3 base pierce armor and a quick movement speed. Classified as a shock infantry. Good work. All right. A little bit house there is ACCM, a bit Akko Taco. But as far as like a nomad civ goes, both of these civs are certainly top of the mountain. Koreans can better find a good TC location thanks to the extra villager line of sight, and beyond that, these are generally pretty fast castle-friendly maps, and Koreans have tons of very strong options in the castle age. Hey, it's a very tough situation for sure. Persians, meanwhile, always been one of the best nomad civs. Get the extra resources, get the fishing ships out sooner, and early snowball in the food income advantage. How much fish is there? There's a decent amount of fish. Second dock in already as well. Wow, that's interesting. This is a DE map, by the way. This is actually not... I mean, I'm sure T-West adjusted it for the tournament, but... yeah, this is just one of the newer DE maps. And there's dock number 2 coming in for ACCM, so lots of docks on this map. But yeah, this is the one actual nomad map, like full-blown, regular nomad map. But like I said, it's not that different than regular nomad, except for it's shallows instead of actual water. And the food is guaranteed to be on the outside. Maybe there's a little bit less land, too. And there is water guaranteed to be all around the map, so you have no, like, peninsulas or whatever. I guess no ponds in the middle either. Advantage start for... Oh, I mean, that's Persians, right? That is the might of the Persian start. Extra starting resources just starts, and the faster work rate for your TCs and docks just slowly gives you that advantage over time. Still, militarily, Persians are not going to like dealing with Koreans on the land here. Fire Lancers, war wagons, skirmishers, towers, all that stuff is not really what Persians like. FC Ellie Archer? Indeed. Anyway, third dock coming in here from Niaz, so already like a way longer Dark Age it feels than we typically see. Where are science fishing ships? Oh yeah, they're over here. That's pretty far away that they're sailing though, so the efficiency should also be a lot better for Niaz because again, his ships are much closer to docks. Look at this, 12 fishing ships with more on the way. I mean, this is all of the garrisonable fishing ship changes. It's no longer about rushing up to feudal age. 5 vil lead right now for Niaz. ACCM getting himself all walled up. And he will click up to the feudal age, except he doesn't have a building. Oh my goodness. And that's almost a villager worth of idle time. Crush the Nightline? Fire Lancers are another one of those units that are hard countered by swordsmen, but because we never see swordsmen, people have a very difficult time countering them. Although Fire Lancers are also countered quite effectively by scorpions and archers as well, so it's far from impossible to counter them. Which is why Fire Lancers don't feel like an issue for most of the Fire Lancer civs. It's just Vietnamese and Koreans were already very strong civs before they got Fire Lancers, and now they just have that in their tech tree as an even better option. Yeah, let the water buffalo in there. Anyway, Nia is going to be getting there a little bit faster. And I think both players are just going to go for the fast castle. And there's ACCM going on over to stone, so it will likely be for a castle drop. It's going to be very tough to beat Persians on water on this map early on. 21 to soon to be 16 fishing ships. Again, that's just such a crazy advantage here for Niaz. Actually, is ACCM going to have the necessary food to get to Castle Age? He also doesn't have a mill unless I missed it somewhere, so he can't build a market. This doesn't feel super streamlined for ACCM. But also, how much practice were any of these guys realistically able to do? Fire Lancer hard enough? When did we see Fire Lancers in Red Bull? Or, Swordsman versus Fire Lancers in Red Bull? Trying to remember. I don't remember any, like, big Swordsman versus Fire Lancer games. Anyway, ACCM is busy not being able to get a second building. Okay, his mill came in somewhere. Oh, right, literally right in front of me. Couple of instances. That was a little bit different, though, because it was Empire Wars. And it was usually just Korean Fire Lancers. Again, the biggest issue with Fire Lancers is that they are available with very strong bonuses to Koreans and Vietnamese who are already very good civs before the Fire Lancers. Anyway, it's Hulkmania! Fire Lancers are good, but not oppressive feeling with all of the other three civs, the actual Chinese civs. Up. Mostly. Yeah, and I think the Chinese ones are fine as well. I mean, yeah, again, in case you didn't know, Persian early game on Nomad maps is insane. And we have a couple scouts here, and the scouts, if nothing else, are going to be good at denying a potential castle drop. But look at this here from ACCM. He's not going forward, so the castle could be just defensive. Yeah, Persians are going to be even better on this more extended Dark Age, more fishing ship style. Again, 11 versus 41 seconds idle time. And ACCM doesn't know here. Yeah, okay. The scouts will go in, and ACCM will see that. So we should know not to delete the palisade walls, at least not without extreme caution, to get the castle in. Anyway, medium warships is going to be here in a moment, and that is a huge naval advantage here for Niaz. But ACCM has Admiral Yi and his secret weapon. A ship with an iron hull and spikes to repel boarders. Anyway, there's the castle coming in. And it is a siege workshop here for Niaz. Osaw coming in too, and I mean, the thing with ACCM right now is he has so many different things he wants to spend resources on. Maybe kept a secret. Yes, the turtle ships were such a good secret weapon that they were never actually deployed for fear that they would be discovered. That's some real history right there for you guys. Anyway, castle's in, but it's like, what, are you going to go War Wagon plus Navy? That is so wood intensive. Nothing coming in from the siege workshop yet, though. Monastery number 1 coming in for Niaz. Still pretty good vision. Trying to make sure you're not caught off guard by anything. Except, nothing. Literally nothing. We're at 12 Hulks at the moment versus 14. And now a Kobukson is on the way. And that'll be an amazing unit to provide damage behind the Hulks. But like I said, it's all just very, very expensive. And the resources are not getting any closer anytime soon. Maybe ACCM's going to try and go for a second castle forward, but it does buy more time here for our red player. More Warhulks are on the way. Turtle ship is almost out. And there you go. Cleans up those units there. Still a good KD overall here for ACCM. Oh my goodness. Take down the Wonder? Something like that. Again, having studied that history, that is absolutely accurate. Third TC coming in for Niaz. It's still 21-13 fishing ships, guys. And only a single turtle ship. I just feel like there isn't enough oomph here for ACCM. Are there any exposed villagers? Those villagers are exposed for sure, but those are really the only ones. And with the monks here, your knights also get extra damage versus the war wagons, remember, as the Persians. I don't think Hideyoshi was never a daimyo. Nor did he take the title of shogun. I don't think so, anyway. He was a military commander, and was definitely the one calling all the shots, but the, was it changed? Maybe they added more fish. I don't know. He did take over, so, like, again, he was still the one ruling the country, but remember that Hideyoshi was from a much lower caste, and people generally did not like him. Against ships, generally speaking, land units don't do very well against water units. That said, if you get, like, a bunch of knights on top of the ships, it could still work. I mean, guys, Niaz has been ahead in eco since Dark Age. Just a daimyo? Okay. Yeah, I don't recall his specific title. And he did try and establish an actual dynasty, but it just did not work out. And, Tokugawa was very good at biding his time. Anyway, docks are slowly going down. The war wagon numbers are slowly climbing. And, of course, Persian monks, not very good. No sanctity, even. This is going to get really weird, though. Okay, going to start with the tower. Right now, the army values are similar. Much, much more of a land army. And you're trying to go into skirmishers as Niaz, and that's going to be really painful. And the fact that Niaz lost so many of those fishing ships is really what feels like it's giving our Cyan player ACCM a chance here. I mean, now you're at 17 fishing ships as ACCM even. But, I mean, it does not take long for just a few hulks to destroy everything when it comes to the fishing fleet. And look at this, ACCMer's right back over here. He's taken the score lead. War wagons have Bodkin, Fletching just coming in, and of course it is just so slow and expensive to transition into the skirmishers at this point. University's coming in, and like your eco is good, but right now you simply do not have any real military on the land. You have 4 elite skirmishers right now to 12 war wagons. ACCM's on 1 TC though. He's got a couple towers at home, but he's going to need to secure some more mineral resources very soon. And at the very least, as long as you're stalling the push from ACCM, you're probably doing it quite well as our red player Niaz. But he's still more fishing ships going to get taken down by the hulks, as obviously the multitasking is so critical for both of these players. Imperial Regent. Yeah, that feels much more accurate. Remember from the Battle of Kyoto, he did seize power in yeah, I really don't remember. Yeah, that definitely never took the title of shogun. could have gone a lot better of bad fights for him. ACCM did a good job of making sure his ships were together. Yes, exactly. But like I said, his heir was probably had some mental disability. So, and again, nobody liked Hideyoshi anyway. Especially after the Imjin War. Well, I mean, it was technically during the Imjin War, but, you know, after all of those people died in the Imjin War. All right, guys, keep the skirmisher numbers low. That is the goal here as ACCM, because if your opponent gets a big blob of skirmishers, then it's going to be very tough to stop. You got more monks coming in, though, here for Niaz. More vills are going to go down. ACCM at 30-plus villager kills, and he's still down by 40. Like, that is just the power of the Persian eco. Second TC in here for ACCM, but I feel like it's kind of like my game as Koreans when I was playing in TTLC, where, like, I took really good and efficient fights, but I just didn't have enough afterwards. Still have 6 fishing ships working somewhere. Fourth TC coming in. But yeah, like, eventually it feels like Niaz is just going to swamp ACCM with enough units. Now 17 skirmishers are here. That is getting to the much, much more acceptable numbers. And it feels like Niaz is working quite well to try and bring himself to a second game win. Nobunaga? Yeah, that's not quite how that worked out. Because remember, Japan wasn't actually unified until Tokugawa. I mean, it was before, like, you know, during the Ashikaga shogunate, but, you know, not during the wartime. All right, well, got a rocket cart here, and ACCM can't afford a second castle. Oh, man, I feel like there's going to be enough skirmishers now to deal with any war wagons. The rocket carts, I mean, they have to get so much damage done here. It's not impossible, but it feels very unlikely. Bill's going to come forward here, but that's already so many skirmishers. I would like to see +2 defense for sure, but in general, this is still going to be very good for Niaz. Those villagers are going to have a rough day. Nothing there to really protect them. Looks like the rocket cart did get some good value, though. Like I said, it's not impossible for ACCM to win this game, although it's still very tough. A guard tower is going to be rushed up first. That's actually a 77 HP castle right there. The rams are coming right back around here. Not the deer! Oh, sorry, the hare, even. Wow, what a jerk. But the Lewis match will be happening after this match. No, Koreans don't get siege ram. It's the one thing they miss at the Siege Workshop. Anyway, that castle obviously not happening. And I really think that despite what this score says, you are just running out of options here as ACCM. Guard tower in. Persian guard tower. Hoggers. That said, what's really hurting Niaz is that lack of food income. He's going to be expanding here behind it, but to ACCM's credit, guys, this is not a good eco balance at all. Yes, guard tower play has seen a big resurgence. Siege Ram and Siege Onager, not many. Jurchens do, if you want to count rocket carts. You know, Ethiopians do. Aztecs do. Saracens do. But like I said, not many. There are, I'm sure, some others. Slavs do. Celts do. Georgians and Mongols both do. Yeah. All right, guys. Again, ACCM still trying to make this work. Yep, Sicilians. I mean, there are several siege civs. Like, it's very normal for civs that are designated siege civs to get both of those units fully upgraded. I mean, he's pushing with some rams on the other side, and then this is a very interesting game for sure. And it just goes to the shows the relative economic strength of Persians and the relative military strength of Koreans. I mean, ACCM is so far ahead in resources destroyed, and yet he still only has 2/3 the population of his opponent. And the rams, that's a lot of rams here from Niaz. Could be balanced? Probably. Like Sicilians? I mean, if anything, I'd like to see sergeants able to repair ships. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe siege, although that might be broken. Against a versatile player. I mean, yeah, this has already been a great performance from Niaz overall. It's not like he just got clowned on in the last game. It was a good competitive game. I mean, all 3 games so far have been very competitive. Like I said, this series would either be very competitive or a smackdown, and thankfully for everybody involved, except ACCM, it's a very competitive one. Anyway, the good old Korean knights are out. Sometimes you just need a knight. Just the repair rate? Yeah, that's true. But again, Sicilians have that like secondary focus of siege and navy, and I'd like to see them able to lean into that a little bit more. Niaz gold access? He doesn't have any gold income right now, but in theory, he's got a big pile of gold over there, big pile of gold over there. This he might not be able to mine. No Upsong in yet, though. All right. Ram's trying to push over here. I mean, ACCM still is very far behind in population. Excuse me. Anyway, that's what you do in AoE for, right? Is the infantry units build siege weapons? Or, rams? The ram train is not slowing down yet, although there isn't anything to counter the knights except skirmishers slowly whittling them down, which to be fair, they're kinda doing. What a great series. We've had 2 great series so far today, guys. And the tiny person monks at the answer. AoE is a funny game like that sometimes. All right, Niaz now going to come in with his very first castle, guys. If he can get this one up, it would be a fantastic location. ACCM trying to expand his own eco at this point. Now, 93 vils is still obviously way less than your opponent, but, I mean, you're getting to the point where it's an okay eco. If you're taking very efficient fights, and if you look at the KD, I think ACCM's doing a pretty decent job of taking efficient fights, then, I mean, it could still work. Niaz still hanging in there, and again, my worry for ACCM is it's just doesn't have enough oomph behind it. Yes, war wagons are literally cav archers. In every possible sense, they are a cav archer. If something affects cav archers, it affects war wagons. If something's good against cav archers, it's against war wagons, and vice versa. They're just chunky cav archers. Another castle coming in, and Imp is on the way for both players. You will be getting there faster, though, with Persians. Excuse me. Yeah, this early Imp is going to be key. Of course, Persians aren't really the civ to have a great strength here. I mean, no bracer obviously is a big deal. But any civ that gets to Imp faster and has 2 castles to 1 in a potential Treb war is going to be having a good time. I found out they're archers. I mean, just look at the upgrades that they benefit from. If you hover over the in-game description, it says that they're a cav archer. Anyway, looks like ACCM's going to be trying to switch into... Oh my goodness, guys. This is genuinely a good move. Okay, like legit, guys, this is a good move. Get the war elephants out. They have a ton of anti-building damage now. Look at this. 30 bonus damage against all buildings and stone defense. I love it. Budget ram. I mean, you still have the rams from before. Like, what do you have to stop all this? Nothing. There are no rocket carts on standby, and now Imperial Age is in. Murder Hole's coming in. ACCM's gonna go AFK, guys. That was like a ram. Yeah, you don't do that with War Elephants. The res for a War Elephant? That's a good question. What is the res for a War Elephant these days? It's been changed a couple times. It's 170 food and 85 gold. They used to be 200 food and 75 gold. Rocket carts would have been better. I mean, he wanted something that would actually push his opponent back, but just wasn't quite able to do so. Now, the Trebs are here. The scores are getting closer than a ram. I mean, it's more expensive than a ram, and it's much less damage against a building than a ram. But it also kills everything that's underneath it except pikemen, right? So, you know, it's still its own unit, and I think War Elephants are actually underrated. They're a situational unit. War Elephants are situational, but at least in the situations you want to use them, they feel awesome, as opposed to Fire Lancers, which just never really feel awesome, even though there are situations in which they're good. No, their towers are terrible. Well, I guess you could architecture, but yeah. No Eris, let's no keep. No bracer. Anyway, TC slowly getting whittled down. We have hand cannons coming in to help deal with the Fire Lancers. Yeah, the answer with Koreans is always Fire Lancers. Got 4 Trebs here, though, for Niaz. Population in his favor, but not by much. I mean, we're in a situation where both the militaries are starting to balance out and the ecos. Fire Lancer's coming on. No Gambesons yet, though, for ACCM. He's obviously going to want to pick that one up. What did that Water Buffalo ever do to you? And, of course, ACCM is going to want something, at least, to deal with hand cannoneers. Fire Lancers obviously aren't going to do the trick. Ballistics coming in. You got some Bombard Cannons on the way. You have 2 castles. I mean, War Wagons obviously would be, like, the best thing against the hand cannoneers. Niaz? I mean, it only has 1 relic in it, but, I mean, in theory, yeah. More keeps still here, and I mean, to be fair, keeps are also very good against hand cannoneers. Let it not be said that keeps are bad against hand cannons. And look at that. Bombard Cannon is here. Excellent usage by ACCM. I mean, what a great game, guys. Making any cavalry? It's a little weird, but I think Niaz in general, like, compositionally has been playing this one very well. I mean, as much as I love War Elephants, 27 on food is not really sufficient to make them, in my opinion. Although, yes, it is true that War Elephant plus Hand Cannoneer is a pretty darn silly good army comp. Another Bombard Cannon getting sniped, and, I mean, not a whole lot else is going to matter if you just can't keep your siege alive. But there we go, Hand Cannon sniped at least the other Bombard Cannons. A lot of HC are going to be dying in the process, though. And map control is still overall a little bit better for ACCM. Niaz has 3 relics, though. Got some gold back over there. You have the gold over there. This gold is pretty much neutral. He's going to try and take that one, too. And now another castle coming forward for Niaz. You know, absolutely. You could argue Niaz won that game because of smart unit transitions. But yeah, I mean, the big issue is that Persians have a very food-intensive army composition. Koreans don't. And it's so much easier right now to gather literally every other resource than food, as both players have had their farming ecos and their fishing ecos completely decimated. No, Citadels is not in. Although it is very good. It's very much worth picking up. But yeah, just not really at the moment, but the castles aren't getting sieged at, either. Trebuchets, though, I mean, you've been so diligent as ACCM about knocking down each of these individual towers and town centers. Castle here at the back, TC to the south. 2010? Well, I mean, hand cannoneers were so much worse back then. Less HP, slower train time, less accurate, slower projectile speed, I think all were the case. Anyway, Trebuchet getting sniped. For a long time. No, they actually only needed to upgrade in Age of Kings. Bombard cannon upgrade and hand cannon upgrades were taken away in AOC. Anyway, castle there goes down. This is actually where Citadels is genuinely a very strong tech. And it does cost stone. Is it wood and stone or food and stone? Wood and stone, yeah. So 600, or no, it's gold actually. I don't know. You can totally afford it. Moral of the story is Citadels is extremely good. No, Upsong is not in. Oh, never mind, it is in. Okay, literally I'm getting everything wrong right now, so, you know, great caster. Upsong's in. To be fair, there's been a lot of stuff happening. Cannon Galleons now here on the side. More Fire Lancers coming in, but remember, they don't have Elite, and they're missing a ton of upgrades in general. Korean Skirms, though, so much better than Persian Skirms. Anything right anyway? Yeah, that's fair. Should win here. I mean, in theory, right now you have an actual villager lead as ACCM, even though the resources are quite poor. Elite Fire Lancer coming in. You just assume that I'm wrong? Yeah, there we go. You guys know what's up. Heavy warships coming in. Neo's going to try and maybe fight a little bit on the water. At least get some fire ships or something out to help deal with cannon galleons. ACCM doing a great job there, making sure he's fighting on so many different fronts at once. And although Niaz is a great up-and-coming player, and he is very strong in the late game, thanks to his good decision-making, ACCM is ACCM, right? And ACCM is the king of these scrappy, long games. No Burger can save him now. But to be honest, guys, I think Niaz holds and wins versus almost every player in the world. There are maybe 6 players that Niaz doesn't win this game against, and ACCM is one of them. No Eris lets in for ACCM, though. Trebuchet just attacking a castle right there. Elite Fire Lancer is huge, of course. I do think... Like, would ACCM be in a dominant spot? Yo, Hera, maybe Viper? Yeah, I think that might be it. Like, in getting to the late game, I think that Niaz wins versus everybody else, probably. Unfortunately for him, he is just running out of steam, it seems, which, again, ACCM was the one who's running out of steam for a while, but again, just able to keep Niaz's eco disrupted enough, able to take just enough efficient trades, holding the push over here from the forward castles and now pushing them back. And now ACCM does have a huge score lead again. And I would absolutely love to see Fire Lancers just go to costing food and gold. I think that instantly makes the unit balanced. Yeah, then Koreans have mediocre Fire Lancers, but who cares? Koreans are a perfectly fine civ without them. It's just like there as a unit if you really want one. Vietnamese Fire Lancers are still an issue, but that can also be tweaked by just not giving Vietnamese the HP bonus. I mean, the bonus is literally archery range units and Fire Lancers. So you can just do that. And like I said, I don't think Fire Lancers are really that big of an issue for the 3 Chinese civs. Or Chinese-esque civs, shall we say. Anyway, GG well played coming in from Niaz. Fantastic game. Like, really, really good game. high level on both sides, super back and forth. Niaz had such an absurd eco lead, but just couldn't quite take efficient enough fights against the power of ACCM. And ACCM just so diligent about getting that map control all over the place. The keeps were coming in, well, guard towers and then keeps. ACCM did expand backwards as he was getting pushed. I mean, remember, he lost his starting TC and his starting castle over here, but was just able to expand over here to the west. ACCM was able to leverage at least some water control over the course of the game. Sniping his opponent's fishing fleet was huge as well. How you lost it as Niaz? I mean, it's just super close. Niaz tossed out the GG well played, and to be fair, like I said, super high level game, a lot of fun. But ACCM one game away now from moving on to the main event of Warlords. That is Koreans over Persians, and that is Mirkwood going to ACCM. Got Pacific Islands and Morass left. If it's Morass, that feels like Sicilians versus Goths, and if it is Pacific Islands, that feels like Dravidians or Armenians. I don't know why Cumans are there. Maybe they were there as like a potential arena pick? Or I literally make that joke every single time. Flogi. All right, guys. Match point here. Is Niaz going to be able to make it happen? Be right back. All right. 17 seconds. Oh. Oh, Niaz is cooking, guys. I don't know. I don't know what he's cooking. The game is over. Oh, wait, they're on Pacific Islands. Okay, never mind. I thought they were on Morass. Okay, never mind. Never mind. You know, Niaz is playing very well. If he doesn't win today, which obviously he's one game away from getting eliminated, he will be absolutely someone to look out for in the next qualifier. All right. Last series, very true. All right, guys, here we go. Game number 4. One game away from qualifying for Warlords. It's been a great series so far, but ACCM's had the edge, and he will be the Cyan Dravidians to the southwest and to the northeast in the red. As the Armenians, it will be Niaz. So it's the full water map. Pacific Islands. Let's see how this one is going to go. To be fair, due to the starting transport ship and the general lack of fish, this is probably one of the most hybrid-y of the full water maps. Why does Game 4 make you worried? Oh, the Dravidian theme is absolutely a banger. Best one in its DLC easily. What are the other water maps? Shorelines and Tefiti. Yeah, Pacific Islands is probably the most hybrid-y of those. Oh, yeah, Nihal's Game 4. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pacific Islands can also be a little stalematey if it goes super late, with each player having an island. The stalemate? I've only seen one stalematey game on it. I think one thing you can do is reduce the amount of wood on the outside trees. Getting 150 wood per tree means that holding the middle is much less of an advantage. Anyway, trying to do some cheeky stuff there with the Scout Cavalry will be unsuccessful. I mean, as far as Armenians and Dravidians go, both are absolutely fantastic. Yeah, for some reason. Again, I have the very strong feeling that absolutely none of the remaining maps will be seasons. He might have stolen a water buffalo. I mean, there is a water buffalo in there, but I don't know if he got it from the islands. Actually, there aren't any water buffalo here. Oh, this version, I guess, doesn't have that. Yep, then he stole it. Out in the water buffalo, coming right back to the starting island. But yeah, definitely don't think I would favor either Armenians or Dravidians here. Both S-tier water civs. Like, in terms of personal preference, I like Armenians more, but I don't actually think they're any better than Dravidians. All right, one more fishing ship here for Nia, so good build from him. Feudal Age in a little bit faster for ACCM, though. And looks like the Bills are going to be coming forward to drop a lumber camp on this island. Will we see the same on this island? Wait, why does Niaz not have food? Hold on. Yeah, Niaz is doing something here. I mean, I guess that was the whole thing with his... Oh, what the heck? Why is there a dock all the way over here? All right, to be fair, like, the opposite side of your opponent's island was not the place that I expected there to be a dock. Can you actually FC, though? Maybe if you can get those forage bushes, too. Remember, you have no forage bushes on your starting island. I guess you have one extra water buffalo for what that's worth. But yeah, you actually just don't have the food to click up right now anyway. ACCM will snipe his opponent's scout cavalry, eventually. Why would ACCM back up there? He took one extra hit. Whatever. And there's dock number 2 coming in for our Cyan player. Fire Galley and Double Bit Axe are queued on up. Niaz almost with the food necessary to click up to Feudal Age, and will likely do so right now. 25, make that 26 villagers and 8 fishing ships. But remember, there are very few deep fish on this map. And so after the first deep fish is gone, you're either taking shore fish or sailing very far away from the dock. Either way, not super efficient. And I wonder if ACCM is going to be suspecting what's coming. Wait, Niaz also gathered 20 stone. I wonder what that was for. Maybe it was just a mistake. Don't run into the TC fire! Still have 18 on food, so in theory, you should have the resources to click to Castle Age. Hunting over here as well. Did take one punch right there. Also, look at this tiger on the beach, observing life. Not sure what the world has come to. He wants the turtles? Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love turtles? Alright, fishing ships? Where are the fishing ships going? No idea. I guess they're just trying to sail away from the fire ships. Like bumper cars? I think that might be you. Alright. Market Blacksmith coming in. Niaz will be able to click up to Castle Age in just a second. A church rush? It could be. But you do need to get villagers on your opponent's island if that's the case. Now, the transport ship is hiding to the side. And if you are Niaz, you don't know for sure where your opponent has built up. You would certainly guess this island, but you don't know for sure. Anyway, fire ships, insanely good against buildings. Look how fast that house goes down. Yeah, selling some stone as well. mean, ACCM has 5 fire galleys. There's slowly going to be some more hulks coming in. But ACCM shouldn't be too much slower to Castle Age. We'll see if he opts to sell his stone. You're getting that good old Armenian double bid axe in. I mean, ACCM has a little bit of idle time. It's not perfect, but it's okay. Yeah, let's see. Is he going to sell a stone? Yes, he is. And he's going to build a stable, so I think he is really worried about a potential warrior priest rush. And to be fair, it's Armenians going for a fast castle. It's usually something to be worried about. What was that? Looks like a mule cart somehow died. No idea. Anyway, 1 fishing ship has fallen. And you got just a couple hulks, though. More fire galleys in general. And again, I'm very curious as to what the plan is here for Niaz. It's not like ACCM has a huge fish advantage or anything. But it is a little bit of an advantage, especially when it comes to just the naval units and the fact that his fishing ships are probably working more efficiently than his opponent. And is Niaz just going to add a TC over here? I mean, he might add one over here anyway, but, like, is that the limits of his plan? I do not know. You don't usually see FCs on this map, but this is actually very nice from Niaz. We'll snag at least 1 fishing ship. Can he block the other one? I think he can. Nice. All right, there is the fortified church coming in. Is this going to be an all-in, though? There's a fortified church over here to the east as well. Punch it. Well, Niaz is going to be fighting back. Except to... efficiently, indeed. Oh, but the Vil is sniped! Oh, he did not quick ball in that Vil. Rip. I mean, you are still getting a second TC, so it's not like it's a complete disaster, but it does definitely give ACCM a little bit of a lead at the moment. He still has a larger navy. And will ACCM himself actually add a TC quickly as well? Yes, he will. Okay, I thought he would. Osaw coming for him too is already in for Niaz, so Niaz still going to be getting his own economy going. And like I said, it's a slight lead right now to ACCM, but nothing that is irrevocable. And the game could also end up slowing down very quickly, which sounds really weird now that I think about it. You know what I mean? Very soon, the game could slow down a lot. Well, we'll have a few scouts over here, and they will be very nice at sniping a stray warrior priest. Actually, 2 warrior priests coming out. This map does have... Does it have more than 7 relics? Hold on. You have 1 on each island, and 3 on each secondary island? Are there an even number of relics on this map? Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyway, ACCM is going to be coming in for TC number 3. No medium warships upgrade in, though, for Niaz, so still going to be struggling to take good fights here on the water. Well, gets 1 fire ship there. ACCM still with a slight lead when it comes to, well, feels like most aspects of the game. Armenians? Well, no, there's actually going to be an odd number of relics because Armenians. It's going to be 4, 3, 1, 1, which makes 9, when the map should have 8 normally, I think. Again, 1 on each starting island and 3 on each of the neutral islands. Well, just a few light cav here for ACCM. Not doing a ton so far, but will, you know, maybe get a villager kill here and there. He is at 5 and soon to be 6 eco kills, so not bad. Yeah, well, I mean, he's just trying to do stuff a little bit more oriented towards Castle Age. I do think that ACCM's build is what we would call the standard good play. Go up to Feudal Age fast, assert some map control, get your navy going, and then get to Castle Age, and then you can add eco behind it. Like, this is the meta, in quotes. ACCM now feels confident enough with his water control to add in some more Fisky Mothers. And yet... 1 villager and some warrior priests come in. Scale mail armor as well, so you're clearly trying to get your own counterattack damage in. One might even say it's time to launch a counterattack. Anyway, that Bill's gonna have to flee. And the defensive watchtower is on the way. Vills, yeah, gonna lose at least one Vill right there, so both players getting some good counterattack damage done. Oh, mother kill. Nea's catching up in the eco kills, and that fortified church is in. Not that it's gonna do all that much, but it is very annoying. There's a stable now here on the island of ACCM, and of course, if you're Dravidians and you're making a ton of light cav, you're probably not the happiest. Bills are gonna start to punch this down, though. Oh, those fishing ships could end up getting sniped, though, by those reinforcing fires, so nicely done there from ACCM. Both players certainly making some even fights overall. I mean, the numbers look better for ACCM, but in terms of actual, like, income right now and populations, it's very similar. And this is a lot of idle time. Another warrior priest is going to pop out. That will at least get ACCM back on some gold income, as you actually have 2 transport ships here, but transport ships, man, so much flimsier than they used to be. And now, we will have a siege workshop in Mangonel on the way. And Niaz has almost enough stone for a castle. Now, he only has 1 Vill over here, so it's not like it's going to be a forward castle on the starting island. Push against Leary on this map? I don't really remember it. Still, there's only 1 warrior priest, and it's going to go down. And there we go. Should get the Vill snipe. Here is ACCM, so well done. Always with the Corgi stare. Well, yeah, it's only 4 range without fletching. Although you are about to get fletching, so 5 range. Woo! Anyway, castle coming in. A bit of the S word. It's a little bit of the S word. Well, I mean, I think he did wall it in, but just not fully. Alright, hopefully Dash can at least wait till the end of this game. Castle in here. Build number still even. I mean, everything still feels fairly even in this game. I know it says ACCM has a big score lead, but like again, if you just look at the game, it feels very even. Light Cav there is going to go down, and it looks like it is going to be back to the Navy here for Niaz. And point to your monastery, fighty boy, indeed. Temple guards would crush this man. Unfortunately, Muisca, not the best water civ at all, in the slightest. I mean, there are 4 warrior priests in there. Yes, relics are included in res collected. So the relic res collected advantage is basically just the relics. Did you just in garrison like 1 or 2? I don't know. Anyway, Lycav have the forging upgrade. And nicely cleaned up. So well done there from ACCM. He is 10 pop ahead in general. Medium warships not quite in yet. And castle coming in now for Cyan. But obviously you see this right now as Niaz. And I don't know, chat. No ballistics. I mean, the thing is, you're sailing into Death Valley right there with the castle. The thing is, ACCM's about to click up to the Imperial Age, and that, guys, could be the difference maker. If we look at the distribution of resources, ACCM has almost 2,000 more food. More of everything else for Niaz. But ACCM with the food, and the food gives you the Imperial Age, and the Imperial Age is the tech advantage that you're looking for to win the video game. Do need to see a university here. There is a university, so honestly, pick up masonry. I would even pick up masonry before ballistics right now, as you're making fire ships anyway. Like, legit, guys, it slows down the building destruction from war galleys so much. You can see all buildings is the armor class that is blocked by masonry and architecture. So it would deal, you deal half the bonus damage with masonry. Oh, no, he did. It's just 12 farms versus 16. Towers are also very good for Dravidians. You have fully upgraded towers except for architecture, including bombard towers and keeps. Whereas the Armenians do have bombard towers. I think they also have heated shot, but no keep. Yeah, exactly. And yes, heated shot does affect bombard towers. All right, it's Hulkin time. And of course, no great fire ships as the Armenians, so you want to make sure it's like Herak plus Galleon, but that's also kind of tricky to make work because fire ships inherently are more efficient as a frontline unit. And I think right now it's just ACCM doing such a good job of working towards those win conditions in a game that's been a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy. It's ACCM who sort of like put his head down and make sure that eco keeps on churning when it comes to getting Imperial Age resources. You can see the actual numbers are quite similar and even in favor of Niaz. It's all about that farming eco, that food collected. You are just not, I think, going to be able to deal with this. ACCM going to be hitting Imperial Age now. That's going to, I guess, further increase his score lead. And a Trebuchet is immediately out. Heavy warship should be in. Indeed, it will be. Not too sure there's a whole lot Niaz can do. Again, very well played series overall, and I do think that he is going to be a dangerous player in the second qualifier. It's just you're running into ACCM, who is one of the best players in the world. So long as he's not at a LAN event. And even at a LAN event, he's still one of the best players in the world, to be fair. Anyway, Imp is on the way here for Niaz, but this is a long time in which you're at a disadvantage. Anyway, there you go. Siphons is even in for those fast fire ships, and look at them able to jump right on top of the war galleys. 0.4 faster movement speed. Yes. Masonry and architecture are still just as good as they've always been. It blocks all of the bonus damage from fast fire ships. Like, it literally drops it from, in most cases, like 1 or 2, or 6 damage or so to like 1 or 2 damage. I mean, it doesn't really do that much against Hulks, but Hulks are so bad against buildings anyway, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that castle will go down, and of course, Niaz, it's your qualifier life on the line. You're gonna play this one out. Don't think we can say that, you know, resign already as Niaz. But ACCM absolutely in the driver's seat right now, and it's really down to him to lose this game. Cannon Galleon number 1 is out. The docks are going to be difficult to get going. Ford archery range is coming in. We go for some elephant archers, I guess. Burger. Uh-oh, murder holes, guys! Uh-oh, it's burger time. Wait, oh, Dave always said war galleys can't deny a castle? I don't know about that. I don't see why they couldn't deny a castle. I mean, war galleys without ballistics are going to have a much harder time. Man, look at these freaking fast fire ships. Handcart coming in. Okay, I guess it's just going to be for regular foot archers. That's fine. Like I said, there really shouldn't be a whole lot that you need to do to win this game at this point here as ACCM. He's got a bunch of galleons here. The fast fire ships are great at taking down the buildings that, again, have no masonry. Burger holes. Cilician fleet coming in, but again, you just don't have anything right now as Niaz. ACCM's even taking the res lead, getting the rest of his eco upgrades. Crossing his I's and dotting his T's, ACCM knows that he is almost certainly going to be moving on to the main event, and will be our second qualified player. It is funny, though, that the way it's worked out, that Tattoo and ACCM will be the first 2 players to qualify, when historically we put them as, like, 5 and 6 in the past several years after the top 4 who were invited. All right, Dash, all right. I will take you outside. Valiant and effort from Niaz, but alas. Ah, the game is still going. Has anything changed? Sure doesn't look like it. Yeah, Dravidians also do have a better late game. Well, on water, it's kind of 50-50 because no ship right, but on land, it's definitely Dravidians favored. Anyway, the relics were like the one thing you had going for you. But yeah, there's a GG well played. GL next. This is the last set. GL next. GL, I mean, it's probably, like GL in the event, but it's still pretty funny. Can you imagine if, like, when at Red Bull, Leary typed GL next in the finals? Anyway, well done from ACCM, certainly showing his class as a player. Obviously, super, super strong play from him. Niaz, though, impressed me a lot. I definitely think he is a player to look out for in the Second qualifier. The Undertaker comes in, yeah. All right, so Hart versus Lewis will be the last set of the day. Maybe I do. I think so, absolutely. You know, oh my goodness, I just realized they need to be in the same bracket. Oh my goodness. The drama! The drama! All right. Hart versus Lewis is bracket D. Okay, looks like they have the draft already. Hello, Papa Popper. Ranged attack upgrades? Would that mean they get the range? Because that's, if they get the range, that's super broken. Siege engineers? Okay, still don't have anything for, like, game information. Response is funny. Oh, yeah, the me, yeah. Ah, okay. Thankfully, the Happy Leaves is saving the day with the spec dashboard coming in clutch. Looks like Shorelines is going to be map number 1. Isthmus, Morass, Black Forest, and Cenotes are the maps. Anything too crazy with the civs? Nope. All right, guys, less than 2 minutes, and we will be getting into game number 1 here between Hart and Lewis. Last set of the game. Last set of the game, guys. Last set of the game. Don't you forget that. Give me a second. All right. All right. Let me go ahead and set up the scoreboard real quick. And we are officially good to go. All right, guys, here we are. Last set of the day. These two players most famously and most recently matched up in the TTL quarterfinals, where Lewis just swept hard. It was the best performance, or was it round of 12? Yeah, I think it was round of 12. Lewis swept hard. Moral of the story, very, very strong performance. This is really weird. Like, there's a huge hill and forest, so there's, like, no room to build near Hart. But I guess he has easier access to trees in the middle, so... they face... Oh, they did?
Yes, trust them.
Anyway. Docks coming in here for each player. So we are all good. And Armenians here versus the Persians. Both, of course, absolutely top-tier civs for early naval aggression. That said, Armenians are going to be a lot better as the game goes on. Brazilian Dynasty, yeah. Just didn't qualify. I know. I was casting it.
Yes, trust them.
He did not look good on those maps. He looked like he had never played them, which I don't think he had. I think there's an argument to be made that there are too many big events, or at least qualifiers for big events, back to back to back to back, so we're getting players who simply can't prepare for everything all at once. He lost to Lewis. I actually don't remember who Hart lost to. I thought he lost to Dark. Lead times? Well, yeah, I mean, you have to get the visa situation set for everybody. Lost to Lewis? Oh, my bad. Then somebody lost to Dark. Did Lewis lose to Dark? I remember he did that in TTL. I just thought it was Dark. Let's beat Dark. Oh, that's right. My bad. Hart lost to Dark, then lost to Lewis. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We got there in the end. That's all that matters. Hello, Norther. All right, so still going to be a quick uptime. Like, this is more of an old school hybrid map opening. Only 3 fishing ships, going to make the 4th one on the way up to Feudal Age. Going to go for an early men-at-arms rush. Again, much more, actually from both players, relatively quick uptime, although Lewis, as Persians, is going to be able to squeeze out a couple of extra fishing ships. Coffee? No, I've already had all my coffee. I'm just confused. Yeah, Lewis also beat Hart in ETL. Many tourneys? Yep. I mean, it's like... As a content creator, I definitely have to be happy about all the tournaments because it generates interest. But for the players, I'm sure it's very exhausting. But they get paid for it, right? So, such is life. There are still people who work far more exhausting jobs than a pro AoE 2 player. All right. 11 seconds idle time.
Yes, trust them.
For defending men-at-arms? Well, no gold access, but that's what the oysters are for. And if you're in a good spot to win water, which you can't go men-at-arms and double docks all at once, it's too much. Hulk is on the way, men-at-arm upgrade as well. No double bid-axe in yet for Hart, though. I mean, this is a very heavy commitment to the early pressure, to which Lewis is already mostly walled. Now, he never actually saw the barracks, but he did see the early militia, and perhaps he anticipated the early pressure anyway. Anyway, although it was a Hulk versus fire ships, it's still 2-to-1 ships, and that villager is also super stuck. Of course, it is going to be down to the multitasking here for each player. Repairs are being attempted, and the fire ship can't shoot over the Hulk. Also, I did notice in the pup patches that we're losing the sub-Saharan African sails on the Southern European architecture set Hulks in Feudal Age. It's very disappointing. Anyway, nice blocking there, and credit to Hart. He's trying to make this work. So far. I made a video on it. I know I was a little bit later than usual, but I made a video on it. Archery range incoming, so that'll be enough here to deny the men-at-arms, at least at this point. Double Bit-Axe now in for Hart. Obviously much later than his counterpart, and Lewis is ahead by a few eco units. Anyway, galleys are coming out, of course, to help counter the Hulks, but that's a lot of hookers. A huge disappointment. I mean, it's so hard to tell, Norther, so I'm glad you clarified that. A lot of what? Did I just completely lose my own train of thought? Guys, I'm losing it. I have no idea what I said or didn't say. Oh, the hooker rush. Yeah, I mean, come on, get with it, kids. Have you never heard me call it the hooker rush? What do you think the Hulks are doing? Oh my goodness. Utilize longswords? I don't think you want to do that here, though, because your opponent's already full walled and making archers. Out in London. Can I be losing it? Yeah, absolutely. Family-friendly stream. Sometimes the degen Ornlu leaks out a little bit. The Ornlu that spends too much time with Ellie leaks out, and then the silliness ensues. Anyway, another big fight here. But again, credit to Hart. Guys, he has been on one dock until pretty recently. Lewis is now on 3, and yet Hart is still taking good fights here on the water. It's really making up for the lack of damage that he's doing on the land. Oh my goodness. Streamers struggle. Me playing any of the custom campaigns by Philadelphia. Oh. Men-at-Arms finally breaking in as well. This is looking better for Hart. HD bar, yeah. So, interesting game so far. Lewis is still ahead in resources, but the villager count has closed, the gap has closed to here. A lot less idle time for Hart. And again, he's been taking much better fights than he should have been able to here on the water. And now I got some crews here, and that's actually another dead villager. The Spearman is blocking from Hart. It's 4 fishing ships to 6, though, and oh, I say that, and there's one that goes down as these guys are trying to sail to safety in the dock, and they will do so. There's also viewer torture. Yep. Gets the kill there as well. I mean, we're looking at 4 villager kills. This adds up, and now Hart is the one with an eco lead. Market now on the way for our red player. It'll probably be done as soon as Hart has the resources for Castle Age anyway, but still. Perfectly fine. For the attack? Oh, yes. HD Bari 2 is peak Age of Empires. Persians, I mean, Armenians themselves have a solid eco, but yeah, you'd expect Persians to be ahead, but really it's the fact that Art has done a lot with not that much, which really just goes down to unit control. Nonsensical balance change? I like most of them. It's just the ones I don't like feel like they make no sense at all. The composite bowman change, the Burgundians change, are the ones that I just make me scratch my head. Oh no, Lewis! Lewis. Lewis, when have I called Lewis a noob? All right, guys. Lewis is going to be up a little bit faster thanks to Persians, and his Hulk numbers are still looking pretty good. It's a much more balanced Navy, but in this case, I actually think you want the less balanced Navy. No forging upgrade in, though. Remember, it does help versus the fire ships. Maybe worse than Lewis? That's true. It's literally impossible. Back. No, I actually like all the Champy changes. I think that they undid all of the nerfs that were, extra, right? Like, Champys did need a nerf. They went overboard with the nerfs, and I think they realized that, so they undid some of them. And I think Champys are likely going to be in a good spot. But yeah, Armenian buff it makes absolutely no sense to me. I mean, the mule cart buff is like whatever, that's like very minor. But the composite bowman buff is very strange. No! The sub-Saharan African sail flip! Alright, Mangonel coming in. Lewis gonna try and make something happen here. Again, resources are very even. No medium warships in for blue, though. It's not in yet, though, for Hart, as this engagement is starting. Integral to their design. Yeah, like, the thing is, all of the South American civs are inherently aggressive, right? Like, that's going to be any civ that doesn't have good cavalry. Which includes, like, Dravidians, for instance, are also a very good aggressive civ. Like, they need to be good aggressive, otherwise they're going to just be bad. Oh, that's awkward. TC is coming in, and remember, Scotty doesn't know about that Mangonel. Lewis using the market, I think just for an extra TC. Indeed, there it is, right there on that gold. And yet, water is won. You can now play the You Have Won Water theme. Hey, what is Lewis doing? Really using the market super heavily. Gonna get another Mangonel. Seeing the general chompy changes and then buffing the civs in later patches? I think that the Blackwood Archers just needed a straight up nerf to the train speed. I think that was perfect. I don't think the Mapuche change was super necessary, but again, it's very minor, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Do Persians get atonement? They do not. You get fervor, you get block printing, and theocracy, and herbal medicine. Alright, that's a lot of ills on Stone. I mean, these two Mangonels are scary, and now a monastery's coming in too. Some warrior monks would certainly go a long way, but it's actually going to be a regular monk here for Hart. And Redemption. I mean, it is the long-term response, I guess, but you are forced to repair it for a while, and it's not like you have a huge fish moon behind it, although I guess you're still way ahead in villagers. Hart's macro is quite solid. Oh yeah, but the Burgundians change makes no sense to me. It's like, it makes them even better on closed maps. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about it, but I think it should probably be fine. No Sanctity in, remember, and you're downhill as well. Devotion coming in. Monk still survives for now. Oh, you do have 2 fortified churches already. Feudal Flemish? I mean, I think that's... Burgundians aren't even, like, the best civ on open maps, but they are one of, if not the best civ on closed maps. Oh... Mangonel gets one more shot off, I think. Oh! A fine hit. Oh, man, that had Treebeard written all over it. Gets the conversion and snipes the other two Mangonels, and Lewis just taps out almost immediately afterward. Honestly, really, really well played by Hart. The Men-at-Arm approach opening didn't even do all that much. I don't know why he was Mangonel rushing with literally nothing else. It's very strange. But yeah, I mean, Lewis had every opportunity to win water. He deflected the Men-at-Arms. He had 2 docks to 1, and Hart was still able to win water. And that is just so, so huge right there. And for somebody who has struggled against Lewis recently, that is definitely what Hart, I'm sure, is looking for. A good, strong early game win. Hart doing what Hart does best. First and second pick Civ, so similar draft priority, and Beefy will be next. Oh boy. Now, Hart started out as a BF player, but that was a long, long time ago. Lewis has probably played a lot more Black Forest more recently. Like, he plays a lot more Rage Forest, right? All right. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, I was like, oh, it looks like they had to restart. Okay. When he went down in the first game. Wait, did I delete the old HD campaign? No, I know. I deleted like the very first few videos I made that were completely awful. Other than my very first video, which was my Arabia tier list. Back when people didn't do that content. I literally invented the tier list. Back then, there wasn't Tier Maker. This was before Tier Maker came out, so I used an Excel spreadsheet. Oh no, they weren't my first videos, but some of them. It was my first video that got decent views. This is me in my dorm. This is me in one of my college dorms. Look at how much younger I am. With my poofy hair. I was 22? 21? No, I was 21, yeah. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 2, it's Beefy time. Hart going to be in the blue as the Bohemians to the west. And to the east, in the red, as the Mongols, it will be Lewis. And no Vil fights. Lewis is just interested in gathering all the food he can. And certainly Mongols going to be very powerful. They are one of the civs that can challenge Bohemians in the late game. I mean, Mangudai they are still Mangudai, right? They're still extremely good, and it can win you games. That said, we saw in the first game today, Tato able to beat out with just the power of the Bohemian Hofnitsa combo. So we will have to see. Also, guys, if you want to see how much AoE 2 has changed,
where the Aztecs are very strong in the Dark Age.
Oh no. Oh no! We're crashing, guys! We're crashing!
Guess you could say throughout the game, where
Oh man, I actually did separate videos for everything. S tier on Arabia? Yeah, it was much more FC oriented back then. But yeah, literally using my my Excel spreadsheet, the default AoE background for me is an A tier.
in at least one key way that really prevents them from being
Versus, well,
as
yeah.
dominant as the S tier civs. So starting with
Oh my goodness. But I mean, I am me, right? Anyway, a secondary layer of wall from Hart, but like a little further away is kind of weird, but whatever. Jadaj. Anyway, Doc coming in now for our Bohemians player Hart. But obviously Lewis going to be way ahead Nico. Not only is he Mongols right now, but on top of that, he just didn't even send Vils forward whatsoever, which does take a big chunk out of your early game economy. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going Mongols and going Men-at-Arms here, for sure. Not gonna break? Well, there are 2 layers of walls already, and the thing is, which is the benefit of having the second layer of wall further back, is that Red has no idea that there's a second layer of walls. My body language and mimic? What's my mimic? Archery range coming in, Men-at-Arm upgrade should be in here as well. And now we're just going to need to see some more walls here from Hart, who's going to try and get that fish boom going. But yeah, I mean, you break through these walls very fast. Remember, they're Dark Age Palisades. They only have 150 HP. My body language? Oh, yeah, I mean, I was way less comfortable. Way less sure of myself. Now my ego is completely taken over. Anyway, tower coming in. Remember, guys, Hart isn't even on his way up to feudal age yet, so this is rough. My high cortisol days. Oh, jeez. More layers of walls incoming. But this tower is going to be strong. Did he pick up arson? No, he did not. Should always be red? No, he's actually playing as veins and not arteries. And towers, we see it all the time on Black Forest. Money and cocaine, yes, that's me. Arson incoming. So is feudal age here for Hart. He's on 32 population. He's got 4 fishing ships. And yet he's still extremely far away from castle age. Tower can't reach. Yeah, this isn't something I'm sure Lewis has a ton of prep with. All right, gotta keep going, though. Every second counts. Also, he's got no stone income behind this, so there's just no future tower possibility. This was an elementary school? Yeah, very true. Anyway, is going for the, I guess, an okay tile. I probably would have gone for this since it's downhill, but whatever. Anyway, stone walls are now able to be attempted, and right now, Lewis in a great spot here in game number 2. There is the defensive watchtower incoming. Remember, there's no stone follow-up, so the vills should be, yeah, back home working right now. Almost there, too, yeah. Anyway, that tower will be sufficient. A lot of low HP vills here for Hart, but he's no losses, right? He's going to be up to Castle Age much faster. Fletching coming in for Lewis, so he is hanging in there. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the eco behind it isn't great. I think he was banking on this doing a bit more in terms of being able to punch into his opponent's base, but Hart just has to throw literally everything into that not happening. Which he hasn't stopped yet. Okay, that market in the nick of time. Oh, Lewis did get a kill somewhere. Ah, there, right there with the villager. So, well done there. Is at least getting some value. And this market actually needs to go up for him to click to Castle Age. That is awkward. Honestly, you might just need to build another market. Speaking of which, market now coming in for Lewis, but he's still very far away from Castle Age. Yeah, I'm not sure why the men-at-arms are going after that palisade. That's kind of weird. Okay, now the tower comes in. Okay, that palisade gate is essential. Otherwise, the men-at-arms walk in and win the game. This is the palisade gate I forget to make, and my defense looks like Heart's up to that point. Oh no, and then he goes full Ornlu! And then he goes full Ornlu, guys. Oh no! Oh no! And he still didn't make another market. Oh my goodness, no! Remember when I was saying that this is what happens when I do? You know, the defense looks perfect, and then he just doesn't get that last wall in time. Remember, these men-at-arms do have arson. Oh my goodness, guys. This is a disaster. Just go full Ornlu? Yeah, for sure. Okay, now he's up. Obviously, this is just a complete catastrophe for him. Oh my goodness. Almost, guys. If he just got that palisade wall down with a bit more HP, he wins the game comfortably. Or at least is in an obscenely good position. And that's going to be enough to tie up the series 1-1. Close up, yep. And that is Bohemians losing to Mongols. So second pick versus second to last pick. So, you know, Hart still has his #1 pick left. And that was Lewis's #1 home map. But let's see what's next. At the very least, when it comes to the closed maps here, you only ever need to play one. So that's a big advantage, right? There are multiple open map categories, so to say, and only one closed map category. Never did take Prague. Well, this time they did. All right, Isthmus is next. All right, a minute 47, and we will be getting here into game number 3. All very competitive series today, though. All right. Here we are, guys. Game number 3. It is going to be on Isthmus. This is my first time seeing Isthmus in this tournament. Wasn't this a Red Bull map last go around? I feel like it was. Got some cheetahs. Anyway, you got some gold in the middle. You got stone on the islands. And, of course, 2 completely disparate bodies of water. Yes, this was the Hunmir map. That is correct. Anyway, the water is also on the low ground, guaranteed. Also, I think this is rocky terrain, so you can't full wall. Because, of course. I mean, it might be the difference between RM and Empire Wars. Koreans are also a lot better than they were back then. And Malay are a civ that prefer the Dark Age since they get to use their Feudal Age age-up bonus. Anyway, it looks like both players will be docking the same side, so that is going to lead to some early pressure here. Or into the freaking Lu? Yes, for sure. Yeah, but like I said, Huns are a civ that are okay skipping the Dark Age, and you just immediately get to Feudal Age, get all those savings, and go to town. Whereas Dark Age, gonna make a civ like Malay happier, and Koreans didn't have step lancers. Koreans didn't have step lancers in the last Red Bull. They still don't, but they also didn't back then. No, they didn't have fire lancers. So we'll have to see how this map is gonna end up. Fishing ships coming in for both players. Again, they both dock in the same area. Look anything like a cheetah? Yeah, this looks much more like a jaguar or a leopard. Cheetahs are pretty small and lean, right? Because they're fast. Also, cheetahs I don't think attack people. Turtles are a lot better? Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm sure a cheetah would be dangerous to a person, but cheetahs are very nervous creatures by No, cheetahs are not bigger than leopards and jaguars. On the cat scale from Tier Zoo? Yes, exactly. All right, Loom coming in for both players. So again, everything all very similar so far. Notably, we will have actually. Wait, oh, my bad. My bad. Hart's clicking up to Feudal Age. Lewis isn't yet. Lewis is not super close to clicking up. Did send more vills on wood sooner, although it's not really yielding him any more fishing ships. You can see that Hart clicking up faster and still able to go tit for tat when it comes to fishing ship production. All right, yeah, I mean, they're relatively light. Accurate animal facts, indeed. Actually, here's a question. I am allergic to cats. Does that mean I'm allergic to all cats? Would I be allergic if I spent time around a cheetah? Or am I exclusively allergic to house cats? With Dravidian fast hip? What? I don't remember that ever being a thing. Anyway, Feudal Age is going to be in here faster for Lewis, but he only has the one dock. Am I planning something? Maybe. You guys will never know what I do next. I keep you all on your toes. Bad influence on me? Yeah. Sending. Oh no! Oh no! Alright, Fire Galley's on the way, but Hart is on 2 docks. So I feel like this is still totally fine for him. Double Bit Axe is coming in for him, and I feel like Hart has a better build, to be honest, guys. You do have an archery range coming in, and Hart's going to need to be careful because of the forward gold right there, but you can't just go for a defensive tower. I mean, Malay aren't even ahead in resources right now. You are 2 vills ahead, but you should be 2 vills and some fishing ships ahead on a hybrid map like this. Anyway, just garrisoning the fishing ships right there. And only just now is the second dock going to be coming in, but man, this just is going to be a huge advantage here to our blue player, although he did lose a scout for free. Okay, you have another Hulk coming in, but right now, Hart's got 4 ships to soon to be 1. They have a huge advantage there. The defensive watchtower is incoming as needed. The walls are coming in here to the edge of the map also as needed. So, again, I feel like Hart is just playing this the correct way right now. Doesn't feel like there's any downside to what he's doing. Res collected still dead even. Still no double bit axe again, guys. Yeah, that is full walled. Focusing on... Yeah, but he's not going to be able to get anything done because Hart's full walled, except for the part where he has a watchtower. Range coming in. Could go for just a few skirmishers to defend and then try and click up to Castle Edge after that. Now, it is pure Hulks, and the thing with Hulks, of course, is that they're really bad against buildings. Good repairs from Lewis. So yeah, you do want those fire ships to actually be good at killing buildings. Link size? No, Jaguars are big, man. And they can climb and they can swim. Well, cheetah's coming in. Also, that is not what a cheetah sounds like. Oh my goodness. That is not at all what a cheetah sounds like. Alright, dock here to the east, dock here to the east. Both players looking to expand in that direction. It's actually just an archer right now. I mean, you do need to be careful as Hart, because you are just going to be behind in archer production. But Lewis doing a good job making sure he hasn't actually lost any of his fishing ships yet, and they are just now going right back to work. Fox has some competition. And Hart, 50% more vills on food right now. There's a Hulk coming in for him. Now, I don't think either player knows of the other's dock. That's going to be a second dock here from Lewis. And for Hart, yeah, he's got no idea. Or the only S tier cat? Yeah, I seem to remember that from Tier Zoo. Alright. This is going to be, I think, a pretty darn good fight for Hart. Able to start pushing his opponent back. A lot of low HP ships right there. Second dock is in, though, so you will have the advantage over here on the eastern side. Still, the dock has dealt over 200 hit points of damage, so obviously pretty good there. Hart's going to click up to Castle Age, but with the power of melee, Lewis should still be getting a competitive time. The issue, though, is just that Lewis doesn't have an eco lead at the moment, which you really want, obviously. And indeed, they're clicking up at similar times, but Lewis is going to be getting there a minute faster with the melee. Yeah, okay, so a few archers, few skirmishers here. For Hart, you get the free +1 defense, remember. I'm sure fletching will come in very soon. Be a fast death, indeed. All right. Cleans up those units, says Hart. And why is it CA? Please, no. All right, Lewis and Castle Age, gonna need to pick up that medium warships upgrade pronto. Oh no, just now getting double bit axe, though. Crazy that Hart has been behind 2 villagers this whole time. And yet, because Lewis forgot double bit axe, the resources are still even. Still, it is 7 fishing ships to 7 in total. Bosaw coming in 2, so at least he is fixing that error. 6 seconds now to Castle Age. And you need medium warships for sure, because you want to upgrade the ships you have. But then you want the almighty Kobukson! Down! It's turtle time, baby. Bosaw coming in too. I still feel like you do want the medium warships upgrade. I mean, you have a lot of ships that would benefit from it. And is 1 turtle enough to be the difference maker here? Or 2 turtles. 2 turtles are probably enough, yeah. There's 1 turtle on this side, and there's medium warships coming in too, so you are getting there as Hart. Still, docks hard counter turtle ships because reasons. Second TC here for each player, but now Hart is going to be getting a big lead here on the water. Oh, Hart actually canceled the medium warships upgrade. Interesting. I guess he feels like he just won water, so no point in getting it. And even a 4th turtle coming out. Anyway, those guys aren't going to do a whole lot, and the game will march onward. Still, those 7 fishing ships are all in significant jeopardy right now. Yeah, no, I think it might have been the correct decision to cancel medium warships, so... I mean, the fact that he's able to win water without having to get that upgrade is huge. Third TC now here for Hart. Just now grabbing Horse Collar. It's already in for Lewis, who's getting his own farming eco going. He's grabbing some relics. Like I said, the game's going to march onward, but Hart going to have a very notable advantage. Oh, cute move here, though. Going to just try and snipe whatever fishing ships you can, knowing that you've lost water. Gonna try and do the same thing on the other side, but now Art has the ability to queue up a bunch of fishing ships. And Koreans love their seafood, man. Alright, Siege Workshop is in. Might need a rocket cart. That's fine. 5 turtles. But it just goes to show that maps can play out very differently between Empire Wars and RM. In Empire Wars, you don't have as much time to build up defenses on land, nor do you have as much time to develop a big fishing eco, both of which are the case now. Still, even though things are not looking good on the water for Lewis, in terms of he's literally lost water, now you have a lot of population. It's 5 turtle ships, 4 hulks, and 3 fire galleys that are literally, you know, not doing anything right now.
Apa sasananya baginda?
I speak fluent Malay. Actually, what language do the Malaysians... what language do the Malay speak in game? AoE to wiki. They always say on the wiki page. Malaysia? I have not, but I would love to visit. They speak Old Malay. Interesting. So they actually did find somebody to speak a... the actual medieval dialect. Oh, that's cool. What Asian country? Just Korea. But again, I would absolutely love to visit more. I mean, yeah, it's all on the wiki. Impressive? Absolutely. I mean, it's not easy to find people who speak all this stuff, right? Anyway, it just feels like Hart is in complete cruise control right now. Got 18 fishing ships, holy cow. And Koreans just have such a better army here.
Yep.
3K, they didn't do any voice lines or add an extra architecture set, which they absolutely should have done for the 3K subs. No reason to use the regular East Asian one. Regardless, Ripperino. Anyway, Imp is on the way for Lewis, so that is what he feels is his last best chance in this game. English in Japan. If I wasn't streaming, I would do that, but... I'm kind of getting past that point in my life where I want to do that. I want to be actually getting into my career. This is the last series of today. There will be 3 more tomorrow. Anyway, medium warships coming in. Wait, why is medium warships coming in? What? What? Well,
Yep.
Redemption's gonna be here. You're gonna have some skirm numbers. No castle yet. Now we're getting a castle here for Hart, and this is gonna help secure this forward gold. Block printing coming in. He only has 2 monks, though. It's really not super great. He's gonna have 4 relics, which is nifty. Remember, you do need to transport to the sides to get extra stone in a lot of cases. Anyway, Hart's also gonna click up. And it is true that Koreans don't like facing a player who's an age ahead of them. Right, Imp is on its way. So right now, as Art, it's all about buying time. Your eco is going to be a lot better. The Korean defenses are super efficient. And now you just need to switch into skirmishers and out-skirm your opponent because That's Age of Empires at its best. Forward castle coming in, but still, like, as a concept, I don't hate this from Lewis. He's in a really bad spot, and this is one of the few ways that he could actually pull out a win this game. Just now getting some more skirm upgrades, and you do need to make that full-blown transition. But Koreans, very, very good at just buying time. Another rocket cart coming in. He should go heavy rocket cart. I think it's super underrated, honestly. Ellie's? Lewis doesn't really have the eco for Ellie's. Alright, Bodkin just now coming in. All about buying time. Lewis gonna snag another relic even. He's gonna be going up to 5 here in a second. First trebuchet is coming out. Again, it doesn't look good for Lewis. The score is certainly quite telling. And that's a second university. Oh my goodness. So much learning. Really flexing that Korean university. We got Seoul National over here. We have Yonsei over here. Where's Korea University, man? Anyway, good quick balls there. Is it going to be enough? Racer, chemistry both coming in. I mean, eventually, yeah, all this stuff's going to die anyway. So, good cleanup there. We do have a trebuchet and a bombard cannon out. Got ballistics just now coming in. Again, slowly getting those extra skirmisher upgrades, and Koreans with the big discount there going to be better equipped than most civs to try and stop this. I'd also like to point out that Koreans are doing extremely well this game without a single fire... Oh, sorry. One fire lancer was made this game, and the Koreans are still doing quite good. More siege workshops incoming. The castle's still going to go down, though. You only have one trebuchet. To be honest, I kind of wish that we saw the transport over to the side stone sooner. I mean, you're Koreans. You love having stone. Also, this is good for Lewis. Siege engineers coming in too. Castle coming forward though. Again, full-blown credit to Lewis for trying to make this work. I think those are just misclicks. I mean, there just wasn't anything here to stop them. Well, the siege numbers are slowly climbing here for Hart. I mean, the siege was Lewis's big advantage, right? The siege and the map control timing. That is slowly getting whittled down by Hart. He still has a big score lead. That castle isn't going to stay up much longer. Lewis is out of stone. I mean, again, you're going to run out of stone as Hart as well, and I really would have liked to have seen him go to the side sooner, but it still should be good enough. Anyway, big old skirm blob over here. As we all know, skirms are the best raiding unit in AoE 2. There is nothing in the world that stops them. They are simply too powerful to destroy. Good old mass Nori coming in, and that castle will fall. And with it, Lewis's chances in this game number 3 most likely, as Hart is going to look to go up to match point and win a very important and perhaps not as expected series here. Still showing that he is indeed a top 10 player, despite a disappointing result in the Brazilian Dynasty tournament. Treadmill crane coming in. Arrow slits too, why not? Pokers, yes, indeed. Ocean coming in, sure. You're still playing very, very cautiously as Hart, but it's fine. There is no reasonable way he loses this game. And he is playing so cautious here. Skirm's coming forward. Okay, there you go. That's gonna blow up the castle. Grabs fall, and Lewis will likely tap out in just a moment. There we go. And Hart is now up 2-1. And now 1 game away from being the next player to qualify here for Warlords 5. Yeah, I mean, I liked Hart's play better from start to finish. I think his build was better. He got up to Feudal Age at a decent time. Still had 2 dock production to 1, able to win that side. He was able to win this side with the power of turtle ships and early Castle Age, which was still competitive. Well done. Yeah, the whole qualifier brackets were very strange this time. I mean, it's going to still pan out where, like, the top seeds are the ones who are qualifying. So, like, I mean, like, from that perspective, it's just fine, but it still looked a little weird. All right, looks like Morass will be the next map. That is the Malay losing to the Koreans. That is Hart's #1 home map. Alrighty, guys, 2 minutes, and we will be getting into game number 4. It could be our last game of the day. Alrighty. Here we go. Could be the last game of the day. Hart going to be in the red as the best civ for this map. To the north. Alrighty, and to the southeast in the blue. As the Sicilians, it will be Lewis. Sisse. All right, so let's see what the plan is here for each player. Donjons and Sergeants, are they better than Roman Men-at-Arms? I don't know. I feel like the answer would be that they trade evenly. Against Sicilians? I mean, the donjons are going to be great at defending, and you can build this donjon right now and then immediately start training sergeants once you hit feudal age. Mill just now coming in.
Salutamo.
That's a very early loom, though. Was he housed? I don't think he was housed.
Impera.
All right, so, I mean, I'm just kind of curious as to what... I mean, it's like a Roman infantry spam, right? This version of Morass has so many shorefish on it, so there's basically no reason to not just fling 20 villagers here in the middle, strip fish the shorefish. It's like strip mining, but for shorefish. And then just make a ton of men-at-arms and, you know, walk at the opponent. Boom coming in. So this is going to be a fast uptime, too, as well here for Hart. But I'm sure he's got it all figured out. Lumber camp just now coming in. You do need that second building. Donjons don't count as a Dark Age building, unless I'm quite mistaken. Yeah, they don't. But they do count as a prerequisite for an archery range or a stable. From your local waterways? There might be. I'm afraid I don't know it, though. Actually, is Hart going to go scouts? I feel like that wouldn't make any sense. Okay, there's a barracks now coming in, but isn't he just basically setting himself up to go scouts? That feels like the thing you don't want to do into Sicilians. Either go Roman men-at-arms and just go full throttle directly to the forehead, or you go fast archers to deal with the sergeants. A little confused. I mean, to be fair, though, Lewis isn't on gold either. So maybe he just goes scouts, too? Okay, there you are going over to gold as Hart. So I think it is going to be fast archers. Okay, so just was a little bit slower in going over to gold because he clicked up to feudal age so fast in the first place. That is fine. Like I said, though, super fast, and there is the archery range on its way. Only 5 bills on food, but that is all you need right now. No double bit axe quite yet, though. Oh, of course, just as I say that. All right, let's see what the plan is here for Lewis. He's not on gold. He's not FCing. Okay, scouts. Now, Sicilian scouts are quite good. Remember, it is 40% reduced bonus damage you take from spearmen. So spearmen deal 15 bonus damage, so is 40% sick? Or... Yes, 6, right? So you take 6 less damage from spearmen? That ain't bad. So instead of dealing 18 damage, they take 12 damage, I think. Oh, I'm so good at math, guys. So freaking good. All right, Spearman is coming out, and Lewis just gonna play scouts. This feels like 10,000 IQ mind games or something, because it's like you'd think that both would just open like sergeants and Roman men-at-arms. Oh, well, I know you're opening sergeants, so I'm going to go fast archers here to try and deal with those sergeants and just leverage my Roman eco. Ah, well, you're just going to go archers, so I'm going to go scouts and take map control, and then you're not going to be able to push me well. I feel like there has to be some sort of mind game here. All right, blacksmith coming in, and Lewis's food eco is quite good. Forging coming in. Heart still ahead in resources, though, thanks to the power of Romans. Got 11 villagers here in the middle gathering food versus 15, so more villagers here for the Sicilians player. I should just take over Warlords from Mem? Yeah, I basically just, you know, I run this tournament for sure. Best play? Again, I would think so. Oh,
Salve.
it's the snag there.
Eus.
Impera. Eus.
I mean, the thing is, Romans can do literally anything and be ahead in economy. So that's totally fine for them. But it feels like you're allowing the Sicilian player to get a lot of scouts going. He's going to have +1 defense as well. And like I said, Sicilian scouts are some of the very best in an extended feudal age, thanks to that reduced bonus damage. Art's still a little ahead, though, in resources. And he has more units overall, but... You know, you're making an army that doesn't cost much food.
Impera.
And have a lot of vills here on food. Although probably still not as many as your opponent. But again, we just run ourselves into the situation of, well, on a map where you can gather food super fast, don't you want to throw as many villagers as possible to gather that food as fast as possible?
Salve.
Right, you know, you want to leverage what the map gives you, and then you want something to do with all of that extra food, so then you turn it into a unit that costs food, which is exactly what Lewis is doing. Yeah, again, Sicilians, 40% reduced bonus damage. It was buffed a little while ago, and now it feels pretty darn strong again. And another mill coming in.
Prontus. Impera.
Impera.
There's some kills on the other side, though, so well done for Art. And, of course, getting that extra armor is going to be great for those spearmen against the scout cavalry. Both Sibs are very good in this sort of situation.
Impera.
Don John doing its work, though.
Tibi Servio.
There you go.
Salve.
Nice kill there. Lewis ahead in the overall kills, but it's Romans, man. It's just Romans things. I freaking love this Civ.
Tibi Servio. Salve. Impera.
Oh, patrol stacking it up. In ye old days, that wouldn't work at all, but patrol stacking is pretty darn good. Oh yeah, Don Johns are great. Again, I actually like Sicilians for the most part. I really don't know. You have a lot of bands. Like, I'm not sure why... Well, neither banned Chinese. Interesting. Yeah, kind of surprising. Like, banning Britons, I guess, for BF, but... Very strange. Anyway, another snag right there that will give you a 5-3 advantage in the Eco KD. But yeah, like, if I'm seeing Morass, I'm just banning Romans every time, unless I am picking first and then just picking Romans. Britons, I mean, they're good on BF. I don't know if they're ban-worthy.
Tibi Servio.
It costs 55? Oh yeah, that'd be a great change.
Salve.
Anyway, still +3 though in the villager kill delta. Yeah, he did buy the stone. The crazy thing though is Romans are literally the last pick from Heart. Like, that's just wild to me that we have Morass in the map pool and he didn't pick Romans until the last. Like, neither player bothered. Yeah, also a lot more idle TC here for Heart. That's it. He's on his way up to Castle Age faster. Not going to be, like, a gigantic advantage, but it will be likely a notable one. We're at 10 spearmen and 10 archers here. Okay, like, look at this.
Tibi Servio.
Like, look at this. Look at their eco difference, guys. This is so silly.
Impera. Salve.
It's another kill, and Hart gonna catch right back up here. Oh my goodness! That's an awful here for Lewis. Gonna lose several scouts.
Impera.
over 1,000 more resources collected. It's all wood and gold, actually, because you just don't have to have as many villagers on the shorefish. Or you just chose not to because you went for archers, but you're still super far ahead. Ah, yeah, now that is a real big difference maker for sure. For sure. Hart got his basically instantly. Yeah, it's very rarely in AoE 2 on anything resembling an open map are you okay not making an archery range in the feudal age. On anything resembling an open map, which obviously Morass is. It's very uncommon that you're able to do that and get away with it. Anyway, you definitely want to go for at least some sergeants here. A lot of pikemen. But I'm kind of curious as to what Lewis's plan is. Change? Me too. I'm literally thinking of making a video, like, changes I thought... Like, AoE 2 balance changes that are more high priority than Burgundians and Armenians. I really, really want to make that video. Oh, man. Why I hate fun, indeed. Anyway, guys, Hart's here. Lewis is in a really rough spot. Oh, my goodness. The donjons are firing, but they don't even have fletching. Three kingdoms. Rontazzo. Alright, second TC coming in. There is a 3 total villager lead, because Hart does have more idle TC time than his opponent. More infantry armor upgrades coming in, and to be honest, I don't really love this from Lewis. You're still making cavalry into basically pure pikemen. Well, trying to get some scorpions out, but it just feels like Hart's eco is just gonna be completely out of hand here. Which again feels weird to say, but when it's only a 4 villager advantage, but it's also double bit axe and Romans. S tier design? I wouldn't go that far. At least humans have noticeable weaknesses, right? Is it really a bit S-wordy? It is pretty S-wordy at this point. I mean, Lewis is just trying to find these angles to get damage done, but I don't think Hart's going to let him. Again, we just really have to appreciate that Hart is saying, no, 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 I am not dying to cav raids. Applies to well, again, Romans were not a civ that were originally intended to be in multiplayer. Alright, DPA just now coming in, obviously way too late. Just shameful. Yeah, Cumans aren't the best. That said, I feel like humans are more salvageable. I feel like humans can be turned into a good AoE 2 civ if they are reworked. Like, expansive, high eco, fast units, but and also having like a semi-European tech tree. Like, I don't hate that. Which level of player could he beat consistently? Definitely beat anything below 2k. Could Hera beat me without eco upgrades? Yes. Once you get to probably like 2k2, 2k3, probably not. Anyway, 11 lead right now for Hart. It's just 2 TCs to 1, and there is simply not enough room Not enough space to ever get any damage done. Arena random civ? Maybe. Like, could I beat Hera Arena random civ if Hera was not allowed to get eco upgrades? I don't think so. Could I take at least one game in a best of 7? Probably.
Impera.
Show match idea? I don't know if Hera would be into that. Get DBA? Exactly, right?
Salve.
I mean, that is like some damage, but again, you're basically even in villagers killed, and Hart has an enormous eco. Guys, look at this eco advantage. It's getting insane at the moment. On the strat. If it's Arabia, I feel like Hera can still win pretty comfortably.
Prontus.
Again, just by out-executing in Feudal Age. But if you don't have the room for that, like, if you're playing Arena, then it might be tougher. Again, I mean, I still think he beats me almost every time, but I do think I could actually sneak a game from him in that specific situation. Don't like... Let's be honest, Matt, right? You don't really like any non-Roman civ on this map versus Romans, except maybe Armenians. Armenians are one of the civs that can actually challenge Romans by Feudal Age longswords. Are so delayed? Oh, I mean, yeah, that's not really why you picked the civ. Master building TCs is nice, though. And you are on 3 TCs now as Lewis. But just that, the numbers, Mason. 1,000 res behind. Still don't have a great way to get damage done. Japanese? Japanese can work. Goths can work. But
Salve. Tibi servio.
I still like Romans versus all of those civs. Romans are far better able to sustain extended feudal age men-at-arm production than are Japanese or Goths, or even Armenians.
Impera. Salve.
Osa coming in. Good old Sicilian horse collar. All the food. Nice snipe there. I mean, Lewis is trying to find damage, so credit to him for trying to find these openings, but Hart is doing an equally good job with his defensive pikeman placement. His preventative pikeman placement. Powerful preventative pikeman placement.
Salve. Impera.
Fourth TC coming in. Another donjon's on the way, and the thing that Hart isn't doing as a true blue hamster is not gathering any real stone income.
Salve.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised he's not just queuing up a few sergeants.
Prontus.
Like, just a few sergeants to help clear out pikemen. Wheelbarrow coming in.
Salve.
Ooh. Good hit there. Got Wheelbarrow on the way. I mean, Lewis, he's trying, right? The villager numbers are getting closer. He's not at least falling any further behind in resources, and the scores are very close. Lewis is also going to be on 3 relics in a moment. And the thing with Hart, he's only just now starting his farming eco, so the fish are still an integral part of that food income. Whereas it feels like it is less of a percentage here for blue. And Lewis, why can't you make sergeants? Sergeants help finish the building thus. Sergeants push away the pikemen, even without a ton of upgrades. If you play Sicilians and Romans don't go men-at-arms. Like I said, the beginnings of... The openings of both players felt a little like 10,000 IQ trying to, like, outsmart the opponent's outsmarting. Like, Hart went fast archers to deal with the sergeant rush, and then it felt like Lewis went for scouts to deal with a fast archer play, or at least to give him a good map control with the fast archer play. Yes, there is literally nothing at all that is conditional about the Roman's eco bonus. Anyway, Knights coming in, guys, and Lewis is clawing this one back. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Those Knights got insane value. 24 Vil kills. Oh my goodness. I mean, everyone here was distracted. The villagers are now able to garrison the donjons. Oh my goodness. Like, I knew he was going for raids, but remember when I said that Hart's pikemen were extremely well placed? They were until they weren't. 4 TCs coming in at the back for Lewis.
Salve.
Oh my goodness, guys. Hart completely stumbled that one. We could be going to another game 5. Is the right? Yeah. That's AoE for you.
Impera.
It's a marathon and not a sprint, and what Lewis was doing a really good job of, and I did mention it at the time, is that he was always looking for the angles to get damage done. So that is very good, and it means that it forces your opponent to play perfectly. First Crusade? I mean, he is on 5 TCs, but he doesn't have a castle, so no First Crusade. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's about forcing your opponent to be in a situation where they need to play perfectly. You know, force your opponent to do that. Oftentimes, at this level, they will, and do the correct response and have the correct micro, unit movement, macro, whatever. But when both players are doing most things correctly, the first player to make a big mistake is going to lose. And in this case, that was Hart making a big, big blunder there. Even though his eco was better overall, Lewis also did a good job looking for relics, so he's going to be doing great there. Ah, now the sergeants are out. Yeah, I mean, now Hart's just in a dreadful position. Sicilians should have a big advantage in the late game, I think.
Salve.
I want to say that legionaries don't do well against sergeants. I don't know if that's true, but I want it to be true, so I'm going to say that. Donjon in a great spot right there. I mean, all of this is very good. Hard taps out. Wow. You can't say that Lewis didn't earn this one. He was in a tough spot, but he kept on looking for damage. He kept on getting that damage denied for a very long time.
Impera.
But then the floodgates opened. He was just pushing over here a little bit, and Hart over-fought on this area, and it opened the Night Raid up to do a gajillion bits of damage. I mean, well done. Hard-fought victory there for Lewis. Oh yeah, I mean, the game was super over as soon as all those vills died. Lewis, I mean, yeah, he, in a bad spot, able to make it work. As is Sicilians over Romans, and that means game number 5 is on Cenotes. Goes to this? Well, it just goes to show that civilizations are always secondary to good AoE play. Or bad AoE play, depending on how you look at it. But I try to focus on what players are doing well, because it's really hard to play this game at a high level. And especially if that was what I would call a forced error from Hart, right? Like, an unforced error is a throw. That game from Hart was, he simply just got distracted for a second by Lewis's multitasking. Vietnamese versus Portuguese? I mean, that would just sort of be the generic open civ matchup, open map civ matchup. Yeah. I feel like you just go Portuguese, Vietnamese. And alright, guys, this one's gonna be for all the marbles. Cosplay. Do you really want to risk your entire tournament set on this when you have a perfectly good Civ matchup in, what is it? Portuguese Vietnamese? Alright, guys. We'll hopefully get into this in just a moment. Looking forward to it. It's been, again, 3 very good series today. Really enjoying it. Anyway, guys, Cenotes is up, and it is indeed the matchup that we would expect. Let's do this, guys. But yeah, thanks to everyone who's been tuning in today. Really appreciate it. Hope you've been having fun. Wrong. All right, guys. Lewis is going to be in the red as the Vietnamese to the north of the map. Top tier Arabia-esque Civ. And to the south in the blue as the Portuguese. It will be hard. Again, just general, generic, top Arabia Civ. Well, at least at this level, at least once you take Chinese out of the picture. Because Chinese are still, I think, the best Civ at the high levels. But that's why bans exist. Actually, now that I think about it, either could have gone Chinese here. Especially on 9 starts, Chinese are even better. But yeah, neither player picked or banned Chinese. They simply did not exist in the draft. Gonna win Warlords? I don't know about that. Anyway, again, been a great series so far, but when it comes down to the come down, it's just a very normal, even map and matchup. We'll have to see if there's a ton of pawns that are relevant. But if both players just go for, like, the one dock and one pond, that I would still say is, like, the average on this map, then, you know, it basically plays like Arabia, but with some fishing ships. Anyway, isn't this already imbalanced? Unless this pond is equidistant to this TC relative to this TC to this pond? I don't think that's the case, though. I mean, this is just better for Lewis. It's slightly more expensive. Interesting. Thing is, like, how you know what, guys? I think this is actually one of the biggest damnations of the map. That the pond positioning...
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữa.
Excuse me. The pond positioning is something that we talk about when it comes to an admiral. Isn't that already saying that the pond placement is too important? Or I guess, like, paramount of paramount importance on this land map? Dockable ships? Yes. Big advantage. Well, Lewis on his way up to Feudal Age. Hart gonna go up one villager later. Pushing in the Reyes. Gonna be on 3 fishing ships each, but, I mean, Lewis is simply faster. Oh yeah, and as far as the Civ matchup goes, both of these Civs are top tier, in case that isn't obvious. Neither of these Civs have any real weaknesses. So, let's see. Lewis, how is he going to open? Remember, you are heavily incentivized to gather from the oysters here, as there are only 2 shorefish. Japanese? I would believe so. I mean, certainly better on this map than they would be on Arabia, but Japanese were actually the #1 Civ ban. Eric's coming in now for Lewis. But this is likely just for defensive archers. Lewis hits Feudal Age. Eric's on the way here for Hart. He is also gathering a little bit of gold. Whoa, hold on. What is Lewis up to? Because there's, like, no way you could go for a dock, right? A forward dock, no way that's worth it.
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữa.
This map will be truly dead to me if it gets to ship v ship fighting. Anyway, this is... oh my goodness. It's a zoo! But the scout cavalry is there, and that's going to allow Hart to get the kill. Now, will he escape with his own scout cavalry? Yes, he will. 1 hit left. Other villa is going to be there to dock, and that lady walls herself in. What is Lewis? I thought he would just be going archers. And he has 1 more fishing ship. Okay, just some random archers coming out on the map here for Hart. And archers kid for Lewis. Wait, where's his archery range? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, gold definitely very far forward for him, but archery range is certainly in a fine position right there. But we're back to fishing ships and all their fishing shippy glory. More interest? Yes, because then it's an actual land map and not a pond map. I mean, maybe have it so that you can't dock, but you can drop mills, so you can gather with, like, villagers if you really want to do that, but... as it stands, not a fan. Blacksmith coming in. 6 fishing ships, though, to 6 fishing ships. Up. It's a little bit of damage there for Hart. Orville lead for him. And how is... Oh, yeah, he got the one Vil kill. Did Lewis also pick up Town Watch? No? No idea. Anyway, it's another dock coming in. Yay! All right. Headed archer armor is now in. Of course, it's a matter of the cheap archers versus the extra HP archers and skirmishers. Oh, but art not walled. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And no blacksmith upgrades in yet either. That's going to be a nice kill for Lewis as these archers are in. And honestly, guys, 4 archers v 4 archers, this is all micro. 100% pure micro. Art's getting some idle time no matter how you cut it, though. Mark it on the way here for blue. Oh my goodness, the freaking dock is shooting at the archers. Well, archer range number 2 coming in. Castle age times should be pretty similar. Markets in there. Again, res collected are very even. Both players have 1 villager killed. That said, you had to sell all your stone as Hart, and you only sold 100 as Lewis. All these archers are going to get cleaned up here. And onward we march. It's pure archers here from Hart, so able to leverage that Portuguese discount quite nicely. More fishing ships coming in there. We got more fishing ships coming in there. Anyway, how did these guys want to approach things in mid-game? Because you can still take the game in basically any number of directions. And of course, when it comes to ranged armies, the one that is a higher percentage of skirmishers is going to win almost every time. The enemies, yeah, it's pretty sad. Anyway, great fight here for Lewis. Because, you know, again, percentage skirmishers. Now just down to 4 archers. I mean, the castle age times are actually identical. Still, Lewis is only on 1 range, so whatever he has in store, it's likely going to be a much more defensive approach. Although he has 8 Vils on gold. Well, I guess the Vils on gold are the fishing ships. Art's actually pulling a little ahead in resources still. 12, soon to be 14 fishing ships actually to 8. And it's going to be elite skirmisher and relevant upgrades and an extra TC. So like I said, Lewis going to be taking the more defensive approach overall. Oh, still getting a forward siege workshop. Terms for a minute. Far more important. Oh, siege workshop's going to be denied. I mean, again, it's like, what is the purpose of this siege workshop? Is it to keep yourself safe or to try and push? And right there, that's just Lewis losing track of the enemy army, which is not what you want to do in general. Art may lose a villager, but he is still able to scooch on back. He still has some wood income over there. Ram down the docks. You actually then just run into 1 Hulker fire ship, which obliterates the ram. Alright, TC there is successfully at the back. Each workshop is denied, but the second TC is coming in, and still, you are going to have skirmishers versus crossbowmen. The mangonels are a big difference maker, though. Call this a heart attack. Lol, lol, lol. There you go. 3rd TC coming in. Lewis trying to get that eco rolling, but he's actually sending a lot of vills off food at the moment. This eco balance is not where it wants to be. That said, his eco upgrades are quite good, and certainly trying to leverage that as Vietnamese. The Rams? I would think the opposite, right? Hulks can always prevent a villager from building a dock, whereas Rams cannot. Or, fire ships cannot. All right, Hart trying to push forward here. Lewis is the one who's mining stone, though. And of course, getting to rattan archers would be a huge advantage in this matchup. Lewis also starting to accrue some idle time, and that's in part because of his lack of food income, as I mentioned earlier. Still, he's got this hill, and he's going to have a mangonel on it, and that's going to be so important for controlling this middle of the map and the front of his base. No monks yet for either player, by the way. And there is the third TC at the back for blue. Also, did Hart delete his... Hart just deleted his fishing ship. What the heck? Oh, my goodness. More mangonels coming in. We have 3 in total versus 1. And there's the monastery coming up at the back for Lewis. Hart still with a very slight vill lead. On cenotes? I mean, I have, but that's regular cenotes, not this abomination. So, just derping around with the micro. Does actually snag 1 archer there. Still, going to be a good position for Hart. You know, you love to attack away from the hill. You know that Lewis is going to want to defend this area. Not so much this area. Fish boom. Well, he did have the fish traps over there. Hart was just leading the fishing ships when they were done. But still, the skirms and mangonels are coming in, and gets a good hit there, but not enough, maybe. Of course, like I said, it's just all micro at this point. Mangonels are going to maybe try and push forward while all of the skirmishing is happening on the other side. Stable coming in now here for Hart. Random skirmisher counterattack. Gotta love it. No +2 defense in for the skirmishers, though, so the archers still deal 2 damage a hit to them. I mean, to be fair, Vietnamese are a ranged civ, and Portuguese in this particular game are just going ranged units. Ballistics now coming in here for red. And that mangonel goes down, and look at this, all those skirmishers are going to catch the crossbowman. Okay, I guess it's fine. Even the Jaguar's coming in. This actually looks like a Jaguar, by the way, and sounds like a Jaguar. All right. Now we're trying to secure this forward position is hard. But now we're going to go to that double gold composition here from the Portuguese, crossbow plus knight. Of course, do that super well thanks to the discount. Meanwhile, Lewis still not close to the stone needed for a castle. That mangonel shot does whiff as well. I still think that should get the kill. Yeah, it still gets the kill. And Hart's going to be forced back. 80 overall, still very good for Lewis. And now the Fire Lancer production has begun because we freaking love those guys. Chain barding armor coming in. Oh, gets the mangonel kill and gets a conversion. Chain barding armor coming in. This is a full-blown switch into the night line. Yes, in general, Lewis has been playing a bit better, but Hart is the one actually making some big tech switches here. The knight coming in, though. The converted knight. Still, the skirmishers are taking a lot of damage. Another knight gets converted, and it's hard to go knight plus crossbowman if you lose your entire crossbowman blob, and this is looking really good for Lewis. Uh-oh. Still 400-ish more score here for spread. And another conversion. Just these monks are popping out right at the correct time. And now the castle is going to be incoming. Res collected are even, but the fights have just been better for Lewis. And man, there's just no answer here to these converted knights. Hart himself doesn't have any monks. Scout cavalry, I guess. Oh, and guys, Lewis is going to click up to imp. I mean, this is all more a manifestation of Lewis having the more efficient trades. Few monks? Well, I don't think Hart ever got devotion. Nope. He still doesn't even have a monastery. Another relic coming in, and now Hart's just behind. If he wants any chance of winning this game, he's likely going to need to drag it late. Macro also has been better for Lewis. Just less idle TC time. I mean, it makes a random event slightly less random and better for you. I don't think it does... It's not supposed to do anything other than that. Mass Ratans? Nah, skirmishers and fire lancers, man. It's all you need. Hart resign. Can we just go next, please? Alright, Hart himself going to come in with a defensive castle, but Lewis only 1 minute and 20 seconds now from Imperial Age. And honestly, guys, if Hart wants to win this game, Portuguese can absolutely win late game versus Vietnamese, but you gotta channel your inner... Well... Let's just say your inner free-for-all player. I'm talking organ guns, bombard cannons, bombard towers, just slow the game down to a crawl. And Portuguese will actually be able to outlast Vietnamese. Because then it comes down to Federias and bombard cannons with arquebus, and I don't think... I mean, Vietnamese won't be able to deal with either of those. Vietnamese are still a very good late-game civ, but... You're behind here as Hart. You're against Vietnamese who have one of the best early Imperial Ages of any civ. I don't think you're going to be able to win this one just by playing Arbs and Cavaliers. Get it slow quickly? Exactly. But I'm serious, guys. I think that's going to be your best bet to win this game if you are Hart. Yeah, you definitely wish you had more relics right now, but still, you could be trying to get some more. That's a great question. I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. Maybe he doesn't see the castle. Oh, he doesn't see the castle. That's why he's not making trebs. There you go. There's your answer. These units are just going to walk around. Guys, I don't think Hart can win this game by hamstering. I truly, honestly don't believe that is something he is able to do. Again, the macro, the clicky clicks are better for Lewis right now. Another castle coming in. Art's almost up to Imp. But yeah, now that Imp skirms are in, 8 damage a shot. I mean, they can even start killing these knights that don't have all the upgrades they need. Get some more kills there. Guys, if Niaz was in this game, I think Niaz would be trying to go full-blown gremlin mode. You're not going to outskirm the Vietnamese player who already has a huge advantage, Hart. That's not going to work. HCA coming in. Some stone balls even here for Lewis, making sure he is dotting his I's and crossing his T's. Gremlin? Yeah, that's fair. She's pretty gremlin-esque. Just kidding, she's absolutely not. Alright, that castle's gonna go down. Again, you're not gonna hamster your way to victory. Unless I'm very much mistaken, and I mean, this isn't a bad attack in a vacuum, but You still have castle here. You're still just fine. Sorry for sure. I mean, yeah, it seems like Hart is really having to struggling against Lewis. And to be fair, if somebody can match Hart's mechanics, that's where he's going to be at his worst, right? Hart doesn't have a mechanical advantage over Lewis. And it's still been a very close series, for sure, but you can see that if Hart can't win with mechanics, his routes to victory are much less obvious. Outlast Faderia? Quite possibly. A GG called. Lewis absolutely crushed that mid-game. Getting into Castle Age, it was extremely even. Hart not really developing a very good army composition. The macro fell far behind. Lewis picked up the relics. And then just that knight plus archer composition did not work at all. And right now, guys, Lewis will be our next player to qualify for Warlords. Well done. Hart will have to try again next week. So, well done there for Lewis. And then what are the sets tomorrow? Sato Vivi will be the first set, Sebastian Andy, and then MBL Dogao. Alrighty. Well, guys, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Should be more of the same, hopefully some more good sets. Bye-bye.